Chapter 5963. Damn it. Will I still be controlled after returning to the station? Lin Yi cursed and instantly disappeared. From this, it could be inferred that this kind of attack was not instantaneous. There would be a lag time, so it would be more difficult to find the culprit. Because Lin Yi did not know how long the lag time was. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes or even half an hour. 1 or 2 days. If he could not determine the time, how could he find the culprit behind the scenes? Lin Yi's speed was already extremely fast, but when he arrived, the outcome of the battle between the two was already clear. After all, there was a relatively large gap in strength between the two. Otherwise, the other 8 people would not have been killed. The guy who killed all his own people was covered in the blood of his companions. He was like a fierce god struggling out of hell, roaring ferociously. When Lin Yi appeared, he did not say a word and launched a new round of attacks. A wisp of saber chi appeared in front of Lin Yi. The direction of the attack was erratic. It clearly felt like it was aimed at the chest, but in the next moment, it could appear at the throat. This guy really had a skill. Even in a state of madness, his control of martial arts was still excellent. Lin Yi's phantom let the saber chi pass through his body, but his real body appeared behind the guy like a ghost and slapped the back of the guy's head. Unexpectedly, the guy reacted very quickly. His body made a 90-degree turn, and the saber chi reversed. The saber chi slashed into Lin Yi's body like a waterfall. Unfortunately, it was still just a phantom. The essence of the Cloud Dragon's 3 appearances was that it could switch between the real body and the phantom at any time. So no matter how fast the guy's reaction was, he could not keep up with the speed of Lin Yi's attack. When the attack appeared behind him again, the guy had no way to deal with it. He could only collapse to the ground and fall into a coma. Poor guy, when you wake up and know that you killed all your companions, I wonder if you will feel that it is better to die than to live. Lin Yi sighed softly and looked at the guy on the ground with some pity. Perhaps it would be better for him to kill him now? The nearby Northern Guard quickly arrived and took control of the guy, who was both a murderer and a survivor. According to Lin Yi's order, he was sent to Li Ziyu. As for what would happen to him after he woke up, Lin Yi could not care less. Master Lin, this is the message from young master. A Northern Guard rushed over and handed Lin Yi a scroll sealed with a restriction formation. Thank you. Lin Yi nodded and took it. He quickly opened it, but there were no words on it. Instead, a phantom of Li Ziyu appeared and spoke to him directly. He did not know what kind of technology it was, but it was a bit similar to the 3D video recording in the secular world. Brother Lin, after the interrogation, the mountain opening stage cultivator in the first batch did not lie. It was another guy who suddenly attacked. Because the old man sealed their cultivation, the guy who attacked regained his consciousness. According to him, when he was walking, he discovered his lifelong enemy. Then, the killing intent in his heart could not be suppressed, and he immediately launched a surprise attack involuntarily. In fact, his opponent was a stranger that he had never met. It had nothing to do with his lifelong enemy. It was all his own illusion, and this is not a special case. In the second batch of people you sent here, the leader of the surprise attack was in the same situation. There was almost no difference. We haven't had time to interrogate the rest of the people, but we can confirm that this is the reason. According to my speculation, they must have been poisoned by an extremely powerful hallucinogenic drug. The problem is that they don't know when they were poisoned. Fortunately, this hallucinogenic drug is not contagious. Otherwise, the entire northernmost island would have completely fallen. Now I'm only worried that the culprit still has a lot of hallucinogenic drugs, and then the northernmost island will be in chaos. Brother Lin, please help me pay more attention in this aspect. In addition, I've also sent a city guard to patrol the commercial area. We must ensure that there are enough people to control the situation. I'll leave their command to Brother Lin. At this time, the extreme North Island must not have any panic disorder. If there is a trend, I ask Brother Lin to suppress it. I'll bear all the consequences. The shadow of Li Ziyu, who was only the size of a palm, had a very dignified expression. It was estimated that he was under a lot of pressure to say such words. Usually, Li Ziyu did not have the intention to kill, but now he even gave the authority to suppress it to Lin Yi. It could be seen how serious the situation of the northernmost island was in his heart. In the end, Li Ziyu did not say what he was going to do. However, Lin Yi could roughly guess that the culprit behind the scenes was definitely not the main target of the panic and chaos in the northernmost island, unless he had a lot of hallucinogenic drugs that could make people fall into hallucinations on a large scale. Unfortunately, Lin Yi speculated that the possibility was very low. Otherwise, it would not have happened only 5 times. Li Ziyu also had this suspicion, so he arranged to defend some more important places. However, there seemed to be a total of 7 guard stations in the northernmost island. The guard station in the north was imprisoned and isolated because of the incident with the spirit beast and the tunnel. The guard station in the north was also sent to guard it. The commercial area was originally guarded by a guard station in shifts. Now that 2 more guard stations were transferred here, it meant that there were only 2 guard stations left to defend the other places. This was a bit too dangerous. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Making a feint in the east and striking in the west? Lin Yi murmured. Then he trembled and immediately issued an order to the northern guard next to him, immediately send the 2 transferred guard stations back to their original positions. We don't need so many people here. The northern guard bowed and cupped his fists. Yes, Master Lin. However, it is not all of the 2 guard stations that were transferred here. To be exact, it is 2/3 of the guard stations. They each left 1/3 of their men to guard their original positions, so there will be no problem. Go and pass the order. Send all the people that were transferred here back. Don't make me repeat myself. Lin Yi did not have time to explain at all. After he raised his voice, he directly rushed out of the courtyard. The North Guard didn't dare to say anything else. He was just trying to explain, he wasn't trying to disobey Li Ziyu's order. Li Ziyu's order aside, the prestige that Lin Yi had built up in such a short period of time was enough for him to obey. Chapter 5964. It was also because of Chibing's words that Zhao Guangxi left Songshan and came to Donghai to do business. Of course, since he continued to give Zhao Guangyin a large sum of money every month to the hidden Zhao family, he quickly gained a foothold in East Ocean City. However, he was no longer able to go to a higher level. House Zhao had chosen a new business representative, the chairman of Donghai Chamber of Commerce, Lei Daming. Just now, it was Lei Daming's order to chase them away. Naturally, he couldn't disobey Lei Daming's request, since they were on the same side. It seemed that he had kicked an iron plank. He had to make it clear to Lei Daming that the hidden house Han had to be suppressed by the hidden house Zhao, but he, Zhao Guangxi, wasn't able to do so. Elder Bai didn't have the ability to get the hidden house Zhao to help, but Lei Daming could. I understand, don't do anything rashly, just serve them the dishes. Don't show yourself, I'll arrange for someone else to go, Guangxi said. Yes, Mr. Zhao. The manager quickly replied. After putting down the phone, Guangxi couldn't wait to call Lei Daming. Mr. Zhao, is it done? Lei Daming was eating at the Northern Ice Seafood Restaurant, and naturally thought that it was done after receiving Guangxi's call. As far as he was concerned, this wasn't a big deal at all. Guangxi was the boss here, and if he didn't want to do business with a table full of customers, then so be it. What else could Pengzhan do? Done what, Mr. Lei? You've screwed me over, they have a backer too. Since Zhao Guangxi was related to Zhao Guangyin, he wouldn't be too humble in front of Lei Daming. He cried and complained. They invited someone from the hidden Han family. His name is Han Xiaopa, and I couldn't suppress him anymore. Not only did Han Xiaopa threaten me to get out of East Ocean City, but he also wanted me to take away all my businesses. Mr. Lei, you can't just ignore this. Hidden House Han? How are they related to Pengzhan? Lei Daming said. Elder Bai frowned, confused. All right, you don't have to worry about it, I'll report this to the boss. The boss Lei Daming was talking about was naturally Guangyin of the hidden house Zhao. Lei Daming was his representative, and the reason why he didn't want Pengzhan to enter Donghai was because Pengzhan's business overlapped too much with Lei Daming's. Hotels, shopping malls, real estate, all of them were profitable projects. If Pengzhan were to come, he'd have to take responsibility for Guangyin's actions. Lei Daming's business would be affected, and if Guanyin were to blame him, he'd have to take responsibility. So, Lei Daming didn't feel that he was in the wrong. He called Zhao Guanyin directly. "Boss, there's trouble." "What kind of trouble?" Zhao Guangyin's attitude towards Lei Daming was quite good. After Lei Daming was promoted, he quickly made a name for himself in East Ocean City. He brought in a lot of profits for the Zhao family every month, and there was a lot of sustainable profits. Therefore, Zhao Guangyin had high hopes for him. "I told you before, I've teamed up with the local merchants in Donghai, trying to force an outsider out of business. After all, his business overlaps with ours." Lei Daming explained the situation, proving that he wasn't trying to make a personal grudge with the Hidden House Han. "Yes, I know. Does this outsider have a background?" Guangyin quickly connected the dots. "That's right, the Hidden House Han is here to support them." Lei Daming nodded. "His name is Han Xiaopa." "What? Hidden House Han's Han Xiaopa is the outsider's backer?" Guangyin paused. Didn't the Hidden House Han not do business? Could it be that after the Hidden House summit, the Hidden House Han had bared their fangs and were ready to start a business? "That's right. Here's what happened today." Lei Daming didn't hide anything and directly told Zhao Guangxi about how he met the outsider at the Arctic Ocean seafood restaurant and how he made Zhao Guangxi embarrass him. "Well, you did the right thing." Guangyin nodded. Lei Daming was arrogant, but he was doing it for the sake of the Hidden House Zhao's business, so Guangyin had to stand up for him. Moreover, even if this didn't happen, the Hidden Zhao family couldn't take it lying down. After the Hidden Family Summit, the Hidden Han family was no longer as cautious and low-key as before. Instead, they began to move around in the East Ocean City and made their voices heard. It seemed like they wanted to compete with the Hidden Zhao family. At the Hidden House Summit, the Hidden House Han used their relationship with Lin Yi to make the Hidden House Zhao feel bad. After Lin Yi left, the Hidden House Han was still jumping around and even supporting an outsider. Guangyin couldn't tolerate this. If he gave in this time, he believed that the Hidden House Han would take advantage of him and make it worse. Therefore, he had to kill their ambition as soon as they showed their fangs. "Boss, what should we do now?" Lei Daming asked carefully. "Isn't it just Han Xiaopa?" Guangyin smiled coldly. "He really thinks he's someone important. Don't worry, I'll let Chibing and Elder Bai come out and teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Does he really think that the Hidden House Han can compete with the Hidden House Zhao? He's overestimating himself." "That's great." Lei Daming was overjoyed. He didn't think that Guangyin would send Zhao Chibing, the heir of the Hidden House Zhao, and Elder Bai, the core member of the Hidden House Zhao. "Just you wait, they'll be here soon." Guangyin couldn't make Elder Bai move, but he could make Chibing move. If Chibing went, Elder Bai, as his master, had to go as well. After all, Han Xiaopa was an Earth-class early phase. If Han Xiaopa made a move, then Chibing would be at a disadvantage. But if Elder Bai went, the situation would be different. Elder Bai wouldn't just sit and watch, and Han Xiaopa wouldn't dare make a move. "Yes, thank you, boss," Lei Daming said quickly. In Lin Yi's room, Han Xiaopa closed the door unhappily and walked to Lin Yi with a smile. "Boss, what's going on?" Chapter 5965. But things were different now. Sun Jingyi had become their daughter, and it would be hard for Forbert to fight with Meng Yarrow for a man. On one side was his biological daughter, and on the other side was the miss who wasn't even his biological daughter but was more like one. Plus, Pengzhan was the one who took him in. Forbert was in a dilemma. But it seemed like Pengzhan wasn't against it, and since Meng Yarrow could accept Tang Yun and Xiao Xiao, she might be able to accept Sun Jingyi. Forbert let out a breath of relief. The family was talking happily when the door of the private room was pushed open. They thought it was the waiter who came to serve the dishes, but the person who came in was not a waiter, but a person who looked like a lobby manager. "I'm sorry, everyone. Our chairman just called, saying that you're from the Arctic Ocean. You've entered the wrong door. Unwelcome guests of the Fresh Restaurant, please leave." As soon as the lobby manager came in, he didn't wait for anyone to ask and said this in a flat tone. Pengzhan didn't think that Lei Daming would actually do something like this. Pressuring the chairman of the restaurant to send someone to ask Pengzhan to leave was a very humiliating action, but it was also extremely sinister. Even business competitors wouldn't do something like this. Not only would it make people think that Lei Daming was being sinister, but it also meant that there was no room for negotiation between Pengzhan and Lei Daming. What kind of restaurant is this? Which rule says that you can ask a guest to leave? Pengzhan had a restaurant in Songshan as well, but he'd never done something like this before. Even if it was a competitor, he'd treat them well. Our chairman's words are the rules. The manager said faintly. If you guys don't leave, we'll have to ask the security department to step in. The chairman said that we'll use diplomacy before force, so please make your decision quickly. A threat. This was a blatant threat. Pengzhan felt that this Lei Daming was going too far. This wasn't business at all, it was like a gang. Chapter 2345, Wrong Door. Entering the wrong door. This was the boss style. After the manager's words, there was an awkward silence. Pengzhan, on the other hand, felt like a scholar meeting a soldier. Lin Yi, on the other hand, frowned. He was about to say something when someone else spoke up. Boss, I'm here. Han Xiaopa rushed into the room, but he didn't seem to notice the awkward atmosphere in the room. Instead, he chatted to Lin Yi. I'm sorry, I rushed all the way here, but this restaurant is a little far from my house. He. To express my apology, I'll treat you. Treat? There's no need to invite us. You've come for nothing. Our chairman doesn't welcome you. You can leave now. The lobby manager was a little amused. This person didn't even know what was going on here and still wanted to treat them. Han Xiaopa was taken aback. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was not wearing a waiter's uniform, but a lobby manager's uniform. Moreover, the next moment, he also noticed that the atmosphere in the private room was not quite right. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was frowning. F***ck me. Who is the chairman of this restaurant? Han Xiaopa was really shocked. Was there something wrong with this person's head? He even dared to chase away Lin Yi? What did he mean by he wasn't welcome? Of course, the boss didn't need to do anything. As a follower, Han Xiaopa could take care of this. The Hidden House Hands had always kept a low profile, but that didn't mean that Han Xiaopa would do the same because of Lin Yi. How dare this person tell him that they were all unwelcome guests? Who do you think you are? Han Xiaopa said angrily. Huh. The lobby manager's eyes widened. He didn't expect this person to be even more arrogant than he was. Tell your chairman that I'm Han Xiaopa, from the Hidden House Hands of Donghai. If he doesn't welcome me, I don't welcome him either. He can get the hell out of Donghai tomorrow. My family will take over his hotel and properties. Han Xiaopa's voice wasn't loud, but it was intimidating. Donghai's Hidden House Hands had this confidence. Although they had been keeping a low profile all these years, they weren't afraid of trouble. They could tolerate other things, but insulting their boss was definitely not. Hidden House Hands? The lobby manager was stunned. Although he didn't have the ability to reach that level, as the lobby manager of the most luxurious restaurant in Donghai City, he had heard of the two big families in Donghai City, the Hidden House Jiao and the Hidden House Hands. These two giants were not to be messed with. Therefore, the lobby manager's face changed. The Hidden House Hands. He couldn't stay calm when he heard this. He didn't have the arrogant attitude he had when he entered the private room. Instead, he said directly, "Sorry, I went to the wrong room." Then, he ran away with his tail between his legs and went to call the chairman with a long face. Although the lobby manager vaguely knew that the chairman had some power and background, it seemed that he didn't have much power and background. Therefore, he wisely chose to swallow his anger. President Zhao. The lobby manager called Zhao Guangxi, the chairman of the Guangxi Group, which was behind the Arctic Ocean seafood restaurant. Well, how is it? Did you finish the things I asked you to do? Zhao Guangxi asked. President Zhao, it's bad. People from the Hidden House Hands are here. They say their name is Han Xiaopa. He's with the person in the private room that you wanted to kick out. The lobby manager said with a bitter face. As soon as he came, he shouted that you should get out of Donghai City. He said that his family will take over your business. What? People from the Hidden House Hands? Why are they here? Zhao Guangxi was shocked when he heard the lobby manager's words. He didn't expect people from the hidden house hands to interfere. Didn't the hidden house hands not do business? How did he get involved in this matter this time? Zhao Guangxi suddenly had a headache. If it was before, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of this hidden house hands. On one hand, he and the young master of the hidden house Zhao Guangyin, were relatives. He was considered a peripheral business member of the Zhao family. He gave a lot of money to the hidden house Zhao every year, so the hidden house Zhao would naturally support him. On the other hand, before the hidden house summit, the hidden house Han was still a small and weak family. They were the target that all the big hidden houses wanted to divide. However, after the hidden house summit, the situation suddenly changed. The hidden house Han miraculously gained a stable foothold, and the hidden house Zhao seemed to be afraid of them and didn't suppress them as much as before. Although Zhao Guangxi, as a peripheral member, didn't know the inside story, he knew that the hidden house hands were not to be messed with. Besides, he was completely marginalized by the hidden house Zhao now. Because of his son, Zhao Fafa's matter, he was dragged into it. Chapter 2346, Elder Bai comes out because of Zhao Qibing's words. Zhao Guangxi was kicked out of Songshan and came to Donghai City to do business. Of course, since he continued to give Zhao Guangyin a large sum of money every month to the hidden Zhao family, he quickly gained a foothold in East Ocean City. However, he was no longer able to go to a higher level. The hidden house Zhao chose a new business representative. This person was the chairman of Donghai Commerce, Lei Daming. Just now, it was Lei Daming's order to chase them away. Naturally, he couldn't go against Lei Daming's request. After all, he and Lei Daming were on the same side. It seemed like he had kicked an iron board. He had to make it clear to Lei Daming that the hidden house hands had to be suppressed by the hidden house Zhao. However, Zhao Guangxi didn't have the ability to ask the hidden house Zhao to come out, but Lei Daming could. I understand. Don't do anything rashly. Just serve them the food step by step. Don't show yourself, I'll arrange for someone else to go. Zhao Guangxi said. Yes, Mr. Zhao. The manager quickly replied. After putting down the phone, Zhao Guangxi couldn't wait to call Lei Daming. Mr. Zhao, is it done? Lei Daming was eating at the Northern Ice Sea seafood restaurant. Naturally, he thought that it was done after receiving Zhao Guangxi's call. As far as he was concerned, this wasn't a big deal at all. Zhao Guangxi was the owner of this place. If he didn't serve a table of customers, then so be it. What could Chu Pengzhan do? Done what, Mr. Lei? You've screwed me over. They have a backer too. Zhao Guangxi was related to Zhao Guangyin, so he wouldn't be too humble in front of Lei Daming. He cried, they invited a hidden house hands, Han Xiaopa. I couldn't handle it anymore. Han Xiaopa not only threatened me to get out of Donghai City, but he also wanted me to take away my business. Mr. Lei, you can't just ignore this. Hidden house hands? How are they related to Chu Pengzhan? Lei Daming frowned, confused. All right, don't worry about it. I'll report it to the boss right now. The boss Lei Daming was talking about was naturally Zhao Guangyin of the hidden house Zhao. Lei Daming was his spokesperson at the moment, and the reason why Lei Daming didn't want Pengzhan to enter the Eastern Sea market was mainly because Pengzhan's business overlapped too much with Lei Daming's. Hotels, shopping malls, real estate, all of them were profitable projects. Pengzhan wasn't weak, and his capital flow wasn't small either. It was very possible that it would affect Lei Daming's business, and if Guangyin were to blame him, he'd have to take responsibility. So, Lei Daming didn't feel like he was in the wrong. He called Guangyin directly. Boss, there's trouble. What trouble? Guangyin's attitude towards Lei Daming wasn't bad. Ever since Lei Daming was supported, he'd been doing very well in Donghai, bringing House Zhao a lot of profits every month. There was also a lot of sustainable profits, so Guangyin had high hopes for him. I told you before, I'm working with the local merchants in Donghai, trying to force an outsider out of the market, not letting him do business in Donghai. After all, his business overlaps with ours. Lei Daming explained the situation clearly, proving that he wasn't trying to make a personal grudge with the hidden house hands. Yes, I know. Does this outsider have a background? Guanyin quickly connected the dots. That's right, someone from the Hidden House Hands is here to support them. Lei Daming nodded. The person is called Han Xiaopa. What? The Hidden House Hands Han Xiaopa is the outsider's backer. Guanyin paused. Didn't the Hidden House Hands not do business? Could it be that after the Hidden House Summit ended, the Hidden House Hands also bared their fangs and prepared to do business to make money? That's right. This is what happened today. Lei Daming didn't hide anything. He directly told Zhao Guangxi about how he met the outsider at the Arctic Ocean seafood restaurant and how he made Zhao Guangxi embarrass him. Well, you did the right thing. Guanyin nodded after listening. This Lei Daming was arrogant and despotic, but at the end of the day, he was thinking about the Hidden House Zhao's business, so Guanyin had to stand up for him. Moreover, even if this didn't happen, the Hidden House Zhao still couldn't take it lying down. After the Hidden House Summit, the Hidden House Hands were no longer as cautious and low-key as before. Instead, they started to be active in Donghai City and made their voices heard. It seemed like they wanted to compete with the Hidden House Zhao. At the Hidden House Summit, the Hidden House Hands used their relationship with Lin Yi to make the Hidden House Zhao suffer enough. After Lin Yi left, the Hidden House Hands were still jumping up and down, even supporting an outsider. Guanyin couldn't let this continue. If he gave in this time, he believed that the Hidden House Hands would take advantage of him and get more serious every time. He had to kill their ambitions the moment they bared their fangs. Boss, what should we do now? Lei Daming asked carefully. Isn't it just Han Xiaopa? Guanyin smiled coldly. He really thinks he's someone important. Don't worry, I'll let Chibing and Elder Bai come out and teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Does he really think that the Hidden House Hands can compete with the Hidden House Zhao? He's overestimating his own strength. That's great. Lei Daming was overjoyed. He didn't think that Guanyin would send Zhao Chibing, the heir of the Hidden House Zhao, and Elder Bai, the core of the Hidden House Zhao. Just you wait, they'll be here soon. Guanyin couldn't order Elder Bai around, but he could order Chibing. If Chibing went, Elder Bai, as his master, had to go as well. After all, Han Xiaopa was an Earth-class early phase. If Han Xiaopa made a move, then Chibing would be at a disadvantage. But if Elder Bai went, then the situation would be different. Elder Bai wouldn't just sit and watch, and Han Xiaopa wouldn't dare make a move. Yes, thank you, boss. Lei Daming said quickly. In Lin Yi's room, Han Xiaopa closed the door unhappily and walked to Lin Yi with a smile. Boss, what's going on? Chapter 5966. That's right. Third brother, has my seclusion gone smoothly? Patriarch Xian Zhen asked. All these years, he had focused his energy on cultivation and alchemy. He had basically stopped managing the sect's affairs. He only knew about Patriarch Xian Chen's plan but did not participate in it. Second brother. Patriarch Xian Chen paused and said sadly, it's not going well. Second brother, something big happened a while ago. What? Something big happened? What happened? Patriarch Xian Zhen's expression froze. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Patriarch Xian Chen. What happened? Second brother, Tagan Long has been crippled. Patriarch Xian Chen sighed and said bitterly. What? Tagan Long has been crippled? Patriarch Xian Zhen was shocked when he heard that. What's going on? How did he get crippled? Second brother, it's like this. Patriarch Xian Chen explained Tagan Long's situation to Patriarch Xian Zhen. When he was done, he said, originally, I placed my hopes on second brother. I thought that after second brother came out of seclusion, he would be able to refine grade 4 elixirs. Then, he would be able to refine the Great Return Pill and the Great Meridian Channel Conduit Pill. But, if he could refine a grade 4 elixir, boss would also. Patriarch Xian Zhen smiled helplessly. I haven't been able to make any breakthroughs in the past 3 years. I reckon that in the next few years, I won't be able to make any progress. There's no hope for a grade 4 elixir, so, I acted on my own and activated the backup plan. After all, a person with a 5 elemental constitution is quite difficult to find. After searching for so many years, we finally found Tagan Long, a 1 in a billion person with a compound constitution. Patriarch Xian Chen said. The backup plan. Patriarch Xianzhen nodded. He knew a thing or two about the backup plan, but it wasn't too detailed. Are you confident about the backup plan? The chances are 50-50. Whether or not the spy succeeds will depend on what happens next, Patriarch Xianzhen said. He lowered his voice and whispered in Patriarch Xuanzhen's ear. Patriarch Xianzhen invited them to eat. Patriarch Black Earth was actually afraid that Little Fool and Little Three would hear it. After all, only he and Little One knew about this matter. Xianzhen Ancestor nodded and said, I hope it will succeed. I didn't think that such a big thing would happen during this closed-door training. There's nothing I can do. If I don't succeed this time, I can only slowly search for someone with a suitable physique. Patriarch Xianzhen sighed helplessly. Taganlong, other than using grade 4 pills, is there no other way to recover? Patriarch Xianzhen asked. Second brother, you can go and take a look. Other than that, I really can't think of any other fortuitous encounters. Patriarch Black Earth said. Let's go take a look then. At this point, Patriarch Xianzhen could only try his best. The two of them quickly came to the room where Taganlong was recuperating. Although Taganlong's injuries were under control, he had not woken up yet. His pulse was very messy, and Patriarch Xianzhen was only temporarily holding on to his life. It was impossible for him to recover. Patriarch Xianzhen carefully felt Taganlong's pulse. His brows furrowed deeply, and he remained silent for a long time. In the blink of an eye, it was time for school to end at noon. There was no class in the afternoon, so Lin Yi said goodbye to Wang Xinyan and walked out of the classroom with Han Jingjing. Jiaolong wanted to go over and talk to Wang Xinyan, but thinking of the embarrassing incident today, he gave up in the end. He guessed that if he talked to Wang Xinyan now, she wouldn't give him a good attitude, so he could only give up. Moreover, he had an appointment with Right Coiling Tiger to go to the natural ski resort in Jiduan City to investigate first, so he left the classroom with Right Coiling Tiger. Big bro Lin Yi, are you trying to scam Right Coiling Tiger's herbs again? Han Jingjing asked Lin Yi after leaving the classroom. Yes, we don't have any herbs on hand, so we can only get them from Right Coiling Tiger again, Lin Yi said. Since this kid came to us voluntarily, there's no need for us to let him go. Oh, then how do you need Jingjing to cooperate? Han Jingjing nodded. She didn't refute Lin Yi's suggestion at all. Next time he comes to talk to you and asks you something, just say that you lack herbs. Every time he comes, you ask him for herbs until he realizes that he's been tricked and stops falling for it, Lin Yi said. Yes, Han Jingjing nodded. After Right Coiling Tiger realizes that he's been tricked, he won't look for trouble with me, right? If he does, just tell him that I'm the one who told you to do this. Tell him to come to me. Lin Yi took the trouble directly. He wasn't afraid of Right Coiling Tiger. Jingjing understands, Han Jingjing nodded. There were no classes in the afternoon for medicine, but Meng Yaro and Yushu had classes in the afternoon. Lin Yi called Meng Yaro and asked her to have lunch together. Lin Yi and Han Jingjing arrived at the Economics Faculty's building, and saw Meng Yaro and Yushu not long after. Seeing the smile on Yushu's face, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Shu's problem was solved, but Lin Yi couldn't figure it out. Who was the one who told Shu to assassinate him? Who could order Shu around? Or, in other words, what reason did they have to make Shu do this? It was just that Shu didn't want to talk about it, and Lin Yi couldn't force her. As long as she looked fine, Lin Yi was relieved. Lin Yi looked at Meng Yaro, and Meng Yaro nodded at him, indicating that Shu was fine. What do you want to eat for lunch? Lin Yi asked. Do you want to eat in the cafeteria or outside? Let's eat outside. Shu wants to have a big meal, Yushu said after some thought. Today's incident allowed her to get away with it, and it made Shu feel like she survived a disaster. Especially since she didn't have to target Lin Yi anymore, she was very happy. She wanted to have a big meal to celebrate. Okay, let's go out for a big meal, Lin Yi nodded. Should we call Xinyan sis? Yushu suggested. I'll ask. If Lin Yi was eating in the cafeteria, he wouldn't call Xinyan, but it was better to ask if he wanted to eat outside. He dialed Wang Xinyan's number and asked, Xinyan, where are you? Jingjing, Yaro, and Shu are going out to eat. Do you want to come? Chapter 5967. But the situation was different now. She didn't want the Sky Elixir sect to be angry at Lin Yi, so she purposely kept her distance from Lin Yi. I'm not going, I'll go to the cafeteria with Ma Yu and Ling. Xinyan, who's treating you to dinner? He Meiyue's voice came from the other side. It's Lin Yi, you guys still have classes in the afternoon, let's go to the cafeteria, Xinyan said. Afternoon classes start at 2:02, it's still early. He Ma Yu snatched the phone from Xinyan. Lin Yi, you don't mind if Ling and I go with you, right? Naturally, I don't mind. Lin Yi smiled, then call Bai Weituo and Zhao Shengji over as well. Sure, He Ma Yu agreed right away. Xinyan was really pissed off. Chapter 24:24. It was funny, but she couldn't explain it. What should she say? Was she afraid that her fiancé would do something to Lin Yi? If she told the truth and Zhaolong heard about it, how would she explain it? She hoped that Zhaolong wouldn't see it and agitate him. Xinyan comforted herself in her heart. Let's go then. Xinyan helplessly took out her car keys and prepared to go to the parking lot. He Ma Yu, on the other hand, called Bai Weituo. Xinyan saw Lin Yi, Han Jingjing, Meng Yaro, and Yushu from afar when she got to the parking lot. She was familiar with all of them, but it was awkward to see them again. She just rejected Lin Yi's confession yesterday, and now she was eating with Lin Yi. It was weird. He Ma Yu and Xiaoling were used to Lin Yi being surrounded by beauties. It was something between Xinyan and Lin Yi, after all. Xinyan sis, Shield Bro missed you so much. He kept looking left and right. Yushu called out to Xinyan. Xinyan blushed a little, but Lin Yi, on the other hand, was happy. He wasn't happy that Yushu had spoken up for him, but that Yushu was back to her usual playful self. It seemed that her problem had been solved. Yeah, Lin Yi's been nagging you the whole time. Chapter 24:24, Death Unexpectedly. Meng Yaro put in a good word for Lin Yi when they bumped into each other. Ah really? Xinyan's heart skipped a beat. This feeling made her heart beat faster. Had she really fallen for Lin Yi? But what could he do? Wang Xinyan realized that ever since Lin Yi confessed to her, her heart had been a little unsettled. Originally, Xinyan thought that she could pretend to be a normal friend in front of Lin Yi, but some feelings couldn't be faked. Her heart raced when she saw Lin Yi. It was a feeling that scared her, but it made her yearn for it. He Ma Yu and Xiaoling looked at Meng Yaro and Yushu, a little surprised. Lin Yi had said that he was asked by a relative to take care of Meng Yaro and Yushu, and lived with them. But Meng Yaro and Yushu were so pretty, and Lin Yi was living under the same roof as them. He Ma Yu and Xiaoling wouldn't believe it if they said that there wasn't anything going on between them. After all, who wouldn't be moved by two pretty girls in front of them? So naturally, they thought that Meng Yaro and Yushu were Wang Xinyan's enemies. But now, hearing that both Meng Yaro and Yushu were helping Lin Yi chase after Wang Xinyan, they were a little surprised. Xinyan, it seems like you and Lin Yi are quite close. You're already thinking about him after class. He Ma Yu teased with a smile. Yaro and Shu are joking, right? Xinyan said nervously. Haha, joking or not, we all know about your relationship with Lin Yi. Xiaoling said with a smile. Sigh. Xinyan was really helpless. It seemed like her relationship with Lin Yi couldn't be explained no matter what. She just hoped that Zhaolong wouldn't hear about it. Otherwise, he'd ask Kang Ming for help in a fit of anger. After a while, Bai Weituo and Zhao Shengji ran over in a hurry. Bai Weituo said breathlessly, I say, Lin bro, why didn't you say earlier that you were going to treat us? Zhao Shengji and I were waiting in line to sell our food, and it was almost our turn. We wasted 20 minutes just like that. We should have gone back to the dorms and rested. It was an impromptu decision, Lin Yi said with a smile. Why do you have to talk so much when you're here to freeload? 2 cars, a Grand Cherokee and a Porsche Cayenne, left the school one after another. They arrived at a rather luxurious restaurant near the school. The restaurant looked nice, but it didn't have a private room. It was probably because it was close to the school, and the cost of living here was lower. It wasn't worth it to get a private room. There were booths in the hall, and Lin Yi and the others chose a bigger booth and walked over. Halfway there, Lin Yi felt a gloomy and resentful gaze directed at him. Lin Yi turned around and saw Zhaolong and Tiger Right, as well as Tiger Right's two colorful followers. They were sitting in a booth not far away, eating. Jiaolong was naturally furious when he saw Lin Yi and Xinyan walk into the restaurant side by side. If it was before, Jiaolong wouldn't be this angry. After all, he didn't have the right to be angry. House Kang had always been a weak existence in front of Lin Yi, but it was different now. He was the brother of the last disciple of the Sky Elixir sect's fifth elder. His confidence was inflated, and Jiaolong didn't know his place anymore. But Lin Yi only glanced at Jiaolong faintly. He didn't have the slightest intention of greeting him. He turned around and continued sitting in the booth with Xinyan and the others. Fuck. Jiaolong cursed, but he was afraid that Lin Yi would beat him up if he heard it, so he lowered his voice. His confidence was inflated, and he thought that he had the background to compete with Lin Yi. But he wasn't an idiot. He didn't think that Lin Yi wouldn't dare beat him up if he cursed at Lin Yi. Although there were a lot of rules in Boss Bai's class, if you scolded and provoked others first and got beaten up, Boss Bai probably wouldn't stand up for you as long as you weren't beaten to death. It looks like Xinyan is interested in Lin Yi. Tiger Right clicked his tongue when he heard Jiaolong's cursing. That should be the case. Do you have any good ideas, brother Yu? Jiaolong was a PhD, but he knew nothing about picking up girls. He could only ask Tiger Right for advice. Chapter 5968. After all, love was free now, and whether Lin Yi liked his disciple or not was another matter. Boss Bai couldn't care so much. He actually really wanted Lin Yi and Xinshin to communicate more. Although Lin Yi didn't know alchemy, his medical skills and theoretical knowledge were quite powerful. Especially today, the speed and effect of Lin Yi's healing for Han Jingjing made Boss Bai gasp in amazement. And it was naturally his wish to have Lin Yi visit his home often. That was why he said that. He didn't expect Xinshin to misunderstand. Okay, let's talk later. See you later. Boss Bai didn't hear the negative emotions in Xinshin's tone. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Xinshin hung up the phone and couldn't help but pout. She thought to herself, I don't care what kind of young talent you are. I guarantee that you won't want to eat again after eating, and won't dare to come again. After the call, Lin Yi returned to Boss Bai's office, and Boss Bai had just finished the call. Mr. Bai, have you made the arrangements? Lin Yi asked. Yes, everything is arranged. Let's go together. Boss Bai said, stood up, and walked out of the office with Lin Yi, walking to the family area of the school. Boss Bai lived in a separate professor's villa in the university. His status was superior, so he was naturally qualified to enjoy the villa. As they walked, Boss Bai introduced, this disciple of mine not only makes rapid progress in alchemy, she also has a very outstanding ability in identifying medicinal herbs. You can often discuss and compare notes. Especially her ability to identify medicinal herbs, she is not worse than you. Boss Bai said, currently, she is already a first-grade alchemist, and she is trying to break through to the second grade. Oh, so good. Lin Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Boss Bai used to be a genius alchemist. As long as his disciples' aptitude met the requirements, and some were not so stupid, it was not surprising that she became a first-grade alchemist. But in identifying medicinal herbs, this was talent. Lin Yi had this kind of talent, and even Old Man Lin was slightly inferior to him. So when Lin Yi heard that there was someone who was similar to him, he was naturally interested. Of course, if it weren't for your good relationship with Han Jingjing, I would have introduced her to be your girlfriend, Boss Bai said. Ah, I'll pass. You can introduce me to Bai Weituo or Bai Weikai. Lin Yi said. Do you think I don't know that Bai Weituo has a girlfriend? Isn't she called He My Yu? Boss Bai said, and even if he doesn't, I won't introduce him. They are not the same kind of people, and they won't be happy in the future. But you are different. You are both cultivators, and you both have talents in this aspect, so Bai Weikai can't. Hee. Lin Yi smiled and didn't continue. His current love life was already very complicated. Naturally, he would not accept Boss Bai's kindness. As the two talked, they came to the school's family area. In front of Boss Bai's villa, Lin Yi looked at the medicinal herbs planted in Boss Bai's yard and couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was already winter. Although these medicinal herbs were in the self-made greenhouse, it was quite difficult to cultivate them. It seemed that Boss Bai still had some ability in cultivating medicinal herbs. He should even be a little better than Old Man Lin. After all, the geographical location of West Star Mountain Village was like spring all year round, which was more suitable for the growth of medicinal herbs. But here, it was different. Without some special methods, it was difficult to let the medicinal herbs grow. Are you interested in my medicinal herbs? Boss Bai saw that Lin Yi was looking at the medicinal herbs in the yard, so he asked with a smile. Yes, but they are all medicinal herbs used to make first-grade pills. The second-grade pill only has one kind of medicinal herb, which is laxative pill. Lin Yi said. My disciple is currently a first-grade alchemist, so I planted some medicinal herbs needed for first-grade pills. As for second-grade pills, she is currently only a trial, so she can't form pills yet. So any pill is the same. The medicinal herbs used for laxative pill are easier to grow, have a higher yield, and are easier to cultivate, so I planted this one. Boss Bai explained, when she truly becomes a second-grade alchemist, I will cultivate it again. Lin Yi nodded and didn't say anything else. In the kitchen of Boss Bai's house, a beautiful figure was busy. If Lin Yi was here, he would definitely be surprised, because this person was actually Xiao Shi, Guan Xin. According to Boss Bai's instructions, Guan Xin made 8 dishes and 1 soup, all of which were meticulously made by her. Although she didn't really want to get to know some young talent, he was after all someone her master admired. Since Boss Bai had already asked, Guan Xin couldn't refuse, but it was impossible for her to use her best cooking skills to entertain the guests. This was also because Boss Bai was usually too kind to her. If it was a master and disciple in a normal sect, then how could the disciple dare to disregard the master's words and execute them? However, Guan Xin was Boss Bai's last disciple, and because of her rapid progress in alchemy, Boss Bai doted on her a lot. This was also the reason why Guan Xin dared to cook terrible food. In her eyes, the dishes she cooked only needed to look good, and if the taste was bad, even if the guests were unhappy after eating, they wouldn't be able to say anything, and at most, they wouldn't come to eat again. In the end, she made a big mistake. It turned out that the young talent her grandpa had been talking about was her sweetheart, Lin Yi. At that time, Guan Xin regretted it so much that she wanted to die. She finally got to show off her cooking skills in front of her sweetheart, but she didn't think that it would be ruined by her own hands. Fortunately, Lin Yi didn't mind, or Guan Xin would be really embarrassed. Sigh, it's been a few months since I've been Boss Bai's disciple. I wonder how Lin Yi is doing? She hadn't heard from him for a long time, and she couldn't help but think of Lin Yi's tall and straight figure. Thinking of Lin Yi, Guan Xin couldn't let the young talent who came today have any feelings for her. What if he really took a liking to her and came to visit often? At that time, she wouldn't be able to kick this senior or junior brother out because of her master's face, and that would be troublesome. Therefore, Guan Xin gave it her all, displaying her cooking skills to the fullest. The dishes she made were as beautiful as they could be, but the taste was as bad as it could be. It was guaranteed that people who ate it once wouldn't want to eat it a second time in 100 years. The doorbell of Master Bai's villa rang as the delicately made, fragrant, and tasty dishes were served on the table. Chapter 5969. Guan Xin was embarrassed, but she couldn't say it out loud. She didn't know how to explain. At that moment, Lin Yi had just finished making the last steamed pork with preserved vegetables, and had just come back. Hearing Boss Bai's question, Lin Yi explained with a smile, well, this is actually what happened. Lin Yi then told Boss Bai and Madam Bai about his visit to Guan Shuamin's house. Coming from Lin Yi's mouth, it was naturally interesting. Boss Bai and Madam Bai were amused and didn't blame Guan Xin anymore. Haha, so that's how it is. Alright, then let's have a taste of Lin Yi's cooking. Boss Bai picked up another piece of meat and carefully put it in his mouth. But this time, he wasn't confident enough to swallow it all at once. Instead, he savored it slowly. But this time, as soon as it entered his mouth, the rich aroma made him swallow the rest of the meat as well. Delicious. Even better than Xin Xin's cooking. Mistress Bai took a bite of the cold dish, nodding to herself. Changing a dish was much harder than cooking, and Guan Xin's dish was already disgusting, but Lin Yi was able to turn it back into a delicacy after putting it back into the wok. Just how skilled did he have to be to do that? This is not something that can be done by just anyone with good cooking skills. Guan Xin's face was also full of admiration. Lin Yi didn't do anything last time, so she didn't know that Lin Yi had this kind of ability. Now that she saw Lin Yi, she was even more moved. No wonder her grandpa and master admired him so much. So when Boss Bai said that Lin Yi was better than her, she wasn't angry. Instead, she felt proud. Yes, Lin Yi is actually very good. Haha, I thought that Xin wouldn't be happy if Lin Yi was the senior brother, but it seems like that won't be the case, right? Boss Bai asked with a smile. Yes, of course not, Guan Xin nodded matter-of-factly, but she was curious. Lin Yi, you know alchemy too? I won't. Lin Yi simply shook his head and said, my constitution is very strange. I can condense a pill fire, but I can't control the intensity and temperature of the fire. Is it because your body lacks the wood attribute? Guan Xin paused. That's not it. Maybe there are too many attributes, so it's a mess, Lin Yi said. That's right. Lin Yi's body has too many attributes, and they aren't fusing well with each other, causing them to restrain and restrict each other. That's why he's in such a situation. These days, I've been looking through some ancient books left behind by my sect, hoping to find a reliable solution. Boss Bai nodded and said, but we haven't found anything yet, but we have found some clues. In Lin Yi's case, he lacks an opportunity. If we can combine the several mutually restraining attributes in his body and form a small cycle in his body, the problem will be solved. Minor circulation? Lin Yi didn't expect Boss Bai to find a solution. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. In other words, it's still possible for me to make alchemy, right? That's right. Boss Bai nodded and said, you can indeed make alchemy, and similar situations have happened in the past generations of my sect. It's just that when I left, I took too little information with me. Most of the information I took was related to alchemy, not the records of those strange things. It's impossible to go back and ask about it now. Lin Yi nodded. He wasn't too disappointed. After all, what Boss Bai said was already a pleasant surprise for Lin Yi. Before, Lin Yi thought that he couldn't make alchemy at all, but now it seemed that he could. It was just that the attributes in his body hadn't fused and formed a small cycle, so there was a situation where they mutually restrained each other. It's okay, as long as there's hope, Lin Yi said. As for the specific method, we can slowly study and explore it. Well, come to my study after dinner. I'll show you that book. Boss Bai said. Okay. Lin Yi nodded readily. Guan Xin was confused. These attributes mutually restrained each other, a small cycle. She hadn't come into contact with it before, so she didn't really understand it. However, she only understood one thing, and that was that Lin Yi couldn't make alchemy, but there was hope for him to make alchemy. Senior brother Lin Yi, then you have to work hard. Xin is already a first-grade alchemist, and I'm trying to break through to second grade, Guan Xin said with some pride. She finally had something better than Lin Yi, and could finally become his right-hand man. Guan Xin was very happy today. Originally, she didn't have much interest in learning alchemy. She only wanted to learn medical knowledge so that she could go back and help Lin Yi's company. Boss Bai's ardent hope made Guan Xin have no choice but to learn alchemy. Now, it seemed that Lin Yi had also come into contact with alchemy, so Guan Xin felt that learning alchemy was a wise choice. She finally had something to surpass Lin Yi. Hee, okay. Lin Yi said with a smile. Right, Xin, you're already trying to break through to second-grade alchemist. Is there any difficulty? Difficulty? Not for now. This thing is practice makes perfect. Guan Xin shook her head. I haven't made a second-grade pill yet. Actually, that's not the case. Boss Bai suddenly opened his mouth. The reason why Xin's success rate is so low is because the second-grade medicine cauldron I have here is a bit too broken. There's a crack on it, and during the alchemy process, the pill's aura will leak out, so the success rate is naturally much lower than normal. Under these circumstances, Xin's low success rate is understandable. Crack. Lin Yi paused. Teacher Bai, wouldn't you use a medicine cauldron without a crack? This medicine cauldron is what I used when I was learning alchemy. I brought it with me back then as a souvenir. I can't even make pills myself, so what's the point of carrying a good medicine cauldron around? Boss Bai smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that after a few decades, I would be able to take in a disciple and teach her alchemy? The reason why Boss Bai was teaching outside was to stay away from the disputes of that place, and to find a wood-type inheritor according to the ancestors' teachings. A girl who was born with an extremely keen intuition for herbs. But when Boss Bai saw Guan Xin, he found that she not only had the talent of an inheritor, but also an alchemist, so he taught her alchemy. Regarding that, Boss Bai really couldn't ask Shen Chen for a second-grade medicine tripod. After all, Shen Chen was only inclined to Boss Bai to find a pure successor, not to raise an alchemist, to be continued. Chapter 5970. Morning, Jing Jing. How did you sleep last night? Did you have any nightmares? Lin Yi asked. No, I dreamt that I went to fight monsters with Lin Yi Gij. I slept very well. Han Jingjing didn't seem to be affected by yesterday's events at all. Jingjing sent all the information to the cloud disk and set a password. Even if the tablet was stolen, it wouldn't be a problem. I don't have to worry about them cracking the password. I can delete it from other apps at any time. Oh. Lin Yi didn't really understand. He only nodded and let out a sigh of relief. He was worried about Han Jingjing's emotions, but it seemed like she wasn't affected at all. Breakfast is ready. Let's go eat together. Okay. Han Jingjing nodded and went to wake up her brother, Han Xiaoqiao, and went to eat with Lin Yi. On this day, 3 things happened in the school. The first was that the school was going to host a charity gala. This was an event that was held every year. The school consciously cultivated the students' love. During the gala, some items would be auctioned. Some of these items were donated by students, and some were donated by celebrities. However, the money from the auction would be donated according to the situation. For example, in remote mountainous areas, welfare homes, orphanages, and so on. The donation targets were randomly decided by the school. However, when Lin Yi heard the news, the first thing he thought of was Yu Xiaoke's orphanage. Although the students were the main group in the school's auction, there were many successful graduates and celebrities participating. There weren't many of them, but the amount of money they donated was much more than the students. Especially in a provincial city like Donghai, these celebrities would donate at least 1 million, so the total amount of money raised in every charity gala was quite sizable. So, Lin Yi had an idea. For this kind of thing, Lin Yi could only ask Boss Bai. Given his special position in the school, Lin Yi thought that he could help, right? As expected, after Boss Bai received Lin Yi's call, he agreed without hesitation. Okay, I understand. I will suggest it to the school. It's not a big problem. If you want me to give this money to you personally, I definitely can't do it. But donating it to the orphanage is naturally doable. After all, this money was originally going to be donated to people who needed it. Thank you, Teacher Bai. After what happened yesterday, the relationship between Lin Yi and Boss Bai was much closer. Now that Boss Bai agreed to help, there shouldn't be much of a problem. It's nothing. It's not a big deal. Boss Bai smiled and said indifferently. The second thing was that Zhao Qibing's floating cloud bar had opened near the school. Su Jiaonong found some students and started distributing flyers in the school. Lin Yi received one as well. Qibing's action surprised Lin Yi. This guy was actually trying to get close to him. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? The third thing was that Pinliang had returned to school, but this time, he kept a low profile. He didn't challenge anyone, nor did he challenge Lin Yi directly. Instead, he went to school with Xiaofu as usual and went to class as usual. Although Lin Yi got the news, the two didn't do anything special. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't cause trouble for them. He was happy with the peace and quiet. After the first class, Lin Yi called Yu Xiaoke, planning to ask her about the orphanage situation. Yu Xiaoke had quite a headache recently. There was a saying that people were afraid of being famous just as pigs were afraid of being fat. The orphanage was famous now, and the new building was beautiful and practical. As a result, the number of orphans had increased a lot. Especially the sick orphans. They were all sent to Yu Xiaoke's orphanage from hospitals all over the country. In fact, this couldn't be helped. Some poor people had children, and the children were sick. They didn't have money to treat them, so they could only leave them in the hospital. It wasn't the parents' fault. They had no other choice. As far as they were concerned, if there was a kind-hearted person or an orphanage that took them in, the child might be able to live. But if they couldn't treat them, they would die. However, this kind of sick orphan was rarely adopted. Even if those infertile couples adopted children, they would adopt healthy ones. Who would adopt a sick baby? And so, the monthly medical expenses had become the second biggest expense after the orphanage's construction and food, and it was increasing every day. Yu Xiaoke couldn't just ignore these sick abandoned babies, could she? She wouldn't be Yu Xiaoke if she were that heartless. And so, Yu Xiaoke was willing to lower the standard of the orphanage's food in order to save the money for these filial children. At this moment, Yu Xiaoke was thinking about accepting a mission from the thief's door. She couldn't find a suitable one. The ones with too much money were too dangerous, or they were unrealistic. The simple ones were too little money, and they wasted a lot of time. Yu Xiaoke really didn't know what to choose. Lin Yi's call came in. Yu Xiaoke was a kind-hearted person, and she didn't want to answer the call from her admirer. But Lin Yi was her savior, and it wouldn't be good if she didn't answer. She had no choice. Hello. Lin Yi, you're looking for me? Oh, I'm just asking. How's the orphanage? Do you have enough money? Lin Yi frowned when he heard the bad tone in Yu Xiaoke's voice. What was wrong with Yu Xiaoke? Did she eat gunpowder? Did she have this attitude every time he saw her? It's all right. You don't have to worry about the money, I'll take care of it myself. Yu Xiaoke said coldly. I'm ready to accept a mission from the thief's door. It's a bit hard, but if I do it well, I'll get 10 million, right? You're going to accept a mission from the thief's door again? Lin Yi paused. He was about to say that he hadn't learned his lesson from the grave robbery. But then, he realized that his identity was Lin Yi, not the male thief. How would he know about the grave robbery? Yu Xiaoke only mentioned the mission to him, but she didn't tell him the details. Lin Yi quickly changed his words. The missions there are very hard, right? It'll be hard even for me. If you go, you'll be at a disadvantage. Do I need your concern? Yu Xiaoke didn't know why, but she was unhappy whenever Lin Yi cared about her. Chapter 5971. She felt that Lin Yi had an ulterior motive towards her, and so she tried her best to distance herself from Lin Yi. What if I don't accept the mission? You really don't know how expensive it is if you don't take care of the household. The orphanage receives many sick and abandoned babies from all over the country, and it's a huge expense just to treat them. What should I do if I don't accept the mission? I see. Lin Yi didn't expect the orphanage to have such a huge amount of problems, but he didn't want Xiaoke to be too tired. Don't make it hard for yourself, I'll help you think of a way. Other than the necessary investment from Fatty Lai, I'll help you think of other ways. In a few days, our school will have a charity banquet, and there will be an auction to raise money. I've already told my teacher that all the money raised will be donated to your orphanage. Ha! Donated to me? Xiaoke froze for a moment, and then became happy, but after the happiness, deep worry flashed in her eyes. Lin Yi was really too eager to help her. Xiaoke didn't believe that Lin Yi was just helping the orphanage. Even if he was a great philanthropist, there was no need for him to do this, right? Unless Xiaoke was a staff member of the orphanage, wouldn't that happen? In fact, Lin Yi wasn't so simple. Lin Yi was doing this because of the other male thief's identity, but Xiaoke didn't know about these things. The money raised this time should be quite a lot. According to my teacher, the charity banquet every year can raise at least 10 million, up to 100 million, so forget about that thief's door mission. Lin Yi said, how old are you? You should enjoy life at this age, and do things that are appropriate for a girl your age. What should a girl my age do? Xiaoke was confused. She really didn't know what she should be doing at her age. Ever since she grew up, she had been running around for the orphanage. She didn't know what she should be doing. For example, going shopping, going to a beauty salon, buying some pretty clothes. Lin Yi thought about it and told Xiaoke what the Miss and Shu often did. Xiaoke was speechless. Do you think I'm a Ms. Perfect? Where would I get the money? I'll give it to you, Lin Yi said. Bye. Yu Xiaoke was so angry that she almost threw the phone on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that she had to buy a new phone, she would have thrown it out a long time ago. However, she still hung up on Lin Yi angrily. HMPH, 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 you finally revealed your fox's tail, haven't you? You're giving me money? You want me to go shopping for clothes? Isn't this the same as providing for me? I finally figured out what you were thinking. You really are interested in me. But, what to do? If Lin Yi is really interested in me, can I reject him? If I reject him, what if he stops collecting money for the orphanage? But, she couldn't let the male thief down. If she hadn't met him before, she wouldn't have rejected him like this. It wasn't easy to find someone who could support the orphanage's expenses, and it wasn't a bad idea to be his sugar mom for the sake of the orphanage's children. It was fine. She could accept it. But now that Xiaoke had someone else in her heart, her way of thinking couldn't help but change a little. She was very repulsed by the meaning Lin Yi revealed. So annoying, what should I do? Xiaoke was troubled again. She couldn't reject the temptation of Lin Yi's money, but she didn't want anything to happen between her and Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't look like an idiot who didn't ask for anything in return, so Xiaoke knew that if she owed more and more favors like this, she'd be in big trouble in the end. Sigh, whatever. She'd just deal with the things in front of her first. She didn't directly respond to Lin Yi anymore. It was his business if he was willing to give her money, but if things really came out, she'd just reject him. He couldn't ask for the money back, could he? The male thief was still the nice. He gave her so much money and good stuff without asking for anything in return, much better than Lin Yi. If Lin Yi knew what Xiaoke was thinking, he'd probably be depressed. How much did the male thief give her? His identity as Lin Yi gave her more than 10 times what the male thief gave her. But at this moment, Lin Yi looked at the phone in his hand curiously. What was wrong with Xiaoke? Did she just hang up and say goodbye? And it seemed like she was going berserk. He just asked her to go shopping. Did she have to be like this? Could it be that she had shopping rejection syndrome? Lin Yi shook his head, but didn't call Xiaoke again. He'd told her everything he needed to know, and when the money from the auction came out, he'd just donate it to the orphanage. At noon, after class, Boss Bai was done with this matter. He directed the donation to the orphanage in Songshan, and announced the details of the charity party in front of the whole class. On this Friday night, our school will hold an annual charity evening party. Boss Bai said, I think many students have already seen the news on the BBS forum of our school. As for the details, I still have to tell you. The charity evening party is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the auction. The so-called auction is for everyone to donate some auction items and put them up for auction. There is no specific type of auction item, anything is fine, but it has to be something worthy, otherwise it might not pass the audit. This is a voluntary donation, and there are no special requirements. The people who will participate in the auction are us students, and some alumni from the previous years, as well as the school staff and celebrities from the society. Everyone is willing to bid, and all the money from the auction will be donated to the orphanage. The second part is a voluntary donation, and there are no restrictions on the amount of money you can donate. As for the third segment, it's a masquerade ball. However, there's a limit to the conditions for participation. Only those who have donated and successfully traded items in the previous auctions, or those who have successfully bid for the items, can participate. Of course, this is also voluntary. Those who meet the requirements can also participate or not. However, this activity has always been a tradition of our school. At the masquerade ball, everyone can guess the identity of others. If you guess correctly, you can ask the person who is recognized to promise the other person one thing. Chapter 5972. Xinyan didn't wait for Lin Yi's reply before falling asleep. Lin Yi didn't know if he should laugh or cry. Was she too tired yesterday? That couldn't be. Xinyan went to school like normal yesterday, and didn't do anything that drained her energy. Lin Yi had to continue practicing, so she went to bed early. Why was she so sleepy today? But since Xinyan said so, Lin Yi had no choice but to leave her be. He went out to talk to Meng Yarrow and started eating breakfast, but Lin Yi prepared a portion for Xinyan in a lunchbox. He'd bring it to school later. Lin Yi had delayed going to school as much as he could, but even so, Xinyan was still drowsy when she woke up. She followed Lin Yi to the car and fell asleep in the car again. Lin Yi, is Xinyan sick again? Can you give her a checkup later? Meng Yarrow felt that something was wrong with Xinyan. She hadn't been like this yesterday, when Lin Yi had gone to the tomb yesterday. Xinyan had woken up in high spirits, completely different from today. How could there be such a drastic change in just one day? All right, I'll check her when we get to school. Lin Yi nodded. They parked the car at school, and Xinyan had to get up no matter how reluctant she was. She couldn't just sleep on the side of the road, could she? She didn't have the ability to sleepwalk yet. Do you want me to carry you to class? Lin Yi asked, seeing how sleepy Xinyan was. Ah! Xinyan was almost tempted by Lin Yi, but she couldn't provoke Jiaolong in school. She gritted her teeth and shook her head. No need, I can walk myself. All right. Lin Yi didn't insist, and went to class with Xinyan. Wang Xinyan's head was heavy, and her feet were light. She almost fell a few times, and when she reached her seat, she fell asleep before Boss Bai came. Lin Yi took the opportunity to examine her, and found that Xinyan's body, which had just recovered, was showing signs of weakness again. This situation surprised Lin Yi. Xinyan had been drinking the medicine Lin Yi made for her every day, and her body should have been getting better and better. Why was it getting worse and worse? Lin Yi frowned, not understanding what was going on. Xinyan had been so energetic last night, why was she like this morning? Before Lin Yi could think about it, Boss Bai walked into the classroom, and a new lesson started. Lin Yi saw that Xinyan was too tired, so he didn't disturb her. He took her notes and started making notes for her. It was fine if Lin Yi didn't remember these things. He was Boss Bai's special student, after all, and he only came to class out of interest. Jiaolong looked at Lin Yi and Xinyan, a dark look in his eyes. He didn't know how his brother Kang Mingming was doing in the Sky Elixir sect, and what kind of position he had. Watching his fiancée get close to another man really pissed him off. Kang bro, why don't you give your brother a call and ask him how he's doing? Pan Hu Right suggested, noticing Xiaolong's displeasure. I want to, but I don't have the guts to ask. You know that House Kang isn't even a normal noble house. How can we talk to an ancient sect? Jiaolong smiled bitterly. When Kang Mingming left, he communicated with us through your hidden house you. If we go to the Sky Elixir sect directly, they might not even respond to us, and even if they do, we don't have their contact information. I can give you their contact information, but you're right. Pan Hu Right nodded. How about this? I'll go back and ask around for you. Thank you. Jiaolong said gratefully. Xinyan didn't wake up until her afternoon nap. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at the time on her phone. She jumped in shock. Ah, it's already noon? I've been sleeping all this time. Yeah, you looked really tired, so I didn't want to disturb you. Lin Yi smiled as he pushed a box of food in front of Xinyan. I bought this from the cafeteria. Hurry up and eat it, it's getting cold. There's also breakfast here. If it's not enough, you can have some. With that, Lin Yi took out the breakfast he prepared this morning. He saw that Xinyan hadn't woken up yet, so he asked Bai Weituo to buy 2 boxes of food. He ate in the classroom. I'll eat your breakfast. I like your food. Xinyan took the breakfast Lin Yi made, a little embarrassed. Lin Yi's food was much better than the ones in the cafeteria. Xinyan had been living in Lin Yi's villa for a while now, and she'd gotten a lot pickier. Normal food didn't taste good anymore. Haha, it's up to you. Lin Yi smiled. In the afternoon, Xinyan was still in good spirits. She yawned a lot, but it was much better than the morning. After a whole day of classes, she went home with Lin Yi. Coiling Tiger Right discussed with his uncle and grandpa about Jiaolong when he got home. Coiling Tiger, it's best if we don't mess with that Lin Yi. Him hitting on Jiaolong's wife has nothing to do with us. We shouldn't interfere, right? Yu Zhentian pondered for a moment before giving his opinion. You're right, but Kang Mingming is the disciple of the Sky Elixir sect's 5th elder. If he inherits the elder's position in the future, It'll be like a man ascending to the heavens. No matter how strong Lin Yi is, he won't be as strong as the Sky Elixir sect. He won't be able to go against them, right? Right. Coiling Tiger thought about it a lot, which was why he agreed to Xiaolong's request. Zhentian and Coiling Tiger are right, Old Yu said. However, if we call the Sky Elixir sect secretly, Lin Yi won't know. It's just a small effort. Coiling Tiger, don't go against Lin Yi on the surface. If Xiaolong wants to go against you, just watch. You can attack him behind his back, but don't let him have anything to use against you on the surface. Old Yu thought more. He already knew what happened to the hidden house Yu. On the hidden level, Zhao Qibing's kidnapping of Yu Ning wasn't a secret anymore. Lin Yi was able to walk out of the hidden house Yu unscathed, which proved the hidden house Yu's attitude. If the hidden house Yu couldn't do anything to Lin Yi, then what did the hidden house Yu have to go against Lin Yi? I understand. Right. Coiling Tiger nodded. How could he not know that Lin Yi couldn't be messed with? As a result, he kept a low profile in school. He knew that Han Jingjing had the notes, but he didn't dare to take it from her in public. What if Lin Yi found out and killed him? He wouldn't be able to explain himself. Chapter 5973. Ian, I'll call the young master of the Heavenly Elixir sect now, said Old Man Yu. Yu Coiling Tiger and Yu Zhentian didn't dare to speak. They waited quietly on the side and watched Old Man Yu respectfully call the young master of the Heavenly Elixir sect, Silkworm Transformation. Although Silkworm Transformation wasn't old and was about the same age as Yu Coiling Tiger, he was the young master of the Heavenly Elixir sect. His status was respected. It wasn't something that Old Man Yu could compare with. Hello, I'm the Old Master of the Hidden Yu family. May I ask if the young master is here? Old Man Yu said respectfully to the person who answered the phone. He didn't expect Silkworm Transformation to answer the phone personally. Oh, it's Master Yu. The young master isn't here. What's the matter? Asked the woman who answered the phone. Oh, when will the young master be free? Should I call again? Old Man Yu asked when he heard that Silkworm Transformation wasn't here. Our young master has been practicing in seclusion recently. He's preparing for a big event. He won't be able to answer your phone for a while. If you have anything, you can tell me, said the woman. I see. Old Man Yu was a little puzzled. What big event was Silkworm Transformation preparing for? But he didn't dare to ask. So, he said, it's like this. Isn't Kang Ming Ming from the Kang family accepted as a disciple by the fifth elder? Now the Kang family wants to know how Kang Ming Ming is doing recently, so they asked me to help them find out. Oh, that's it. I'll ask Kang Ming Ming to call you back, said the woman after listening. She was the personal maid of Silkworm Transformation. Her status in the Heavenly Elixir sect was naturally not ordinary, so she didn't have much respect for the disciple of the fifth elder. Okay, thank you, Old Man Yu said with a sigh of relief. Kang Ming Ming was refining the pill nervously at the moment. Success or failure depended on this. This was his second time refining the marrow and bone cleansing pill. The previous refining failed. The second refining must succeed, because there wasn't much time left until the Silkworm Transformation's requirements, so he had to give it his all. Kang Ming Ming knew that his current status and strength were all given to him by the Heavenly Silkworm Transformation. If he failed to refine the bone and marrow cleansing pill, the Heavenly Silkworm Transformation would naturally not think so highly of him, and he would not be able to gain a foothold in the Heavenly Elixir sect. If Lin Yi was here, he would be very surprised, because Kang Ming Ming was now a Heaven Rank Master, a Yellow Rank Level 3 alchemist. This speed of leveling was simply akin to riding a rocket. Of course, in order to cultivate Kang Ming Ming, the Heavenly Elixir faction had fed him the Essence Gathering Pill, the Small Qi Gathering Pill, the Medium Qi Gathering Pill, and the Qi Gathering Pill. Kang Ming Ming's strength could be said to have skyrocketed. Very quickly, he became a Heaven Rank expert and a Yellow Rank Level 3 pill master. The Qi Gathering Pill was concocted by the Xianzhen ancestor. Otherwise, with the Heavenly Elixir factions Heaven, Earth, and Man, although he could also concoct it, the success rate would not be so high, and he would not have had the time to give it to Kang Ming Ming. The fact that Kang Ming received such care showed how important the bone and marrow cleansing pill was to the heavenly elixir faction, or rather, to the 5 elements sect. In the secret room sat Kang Ming. His forehead was full of sweat as he concocted the bone and marrow cleansing pill. Beside him sat the heavenly elixir factions, heaven, earth, and man, as well as an old man that most people in the heavenly elixir faction did not recognize. This person was actually the Xianzhen ancestor. The Xianzhen ancestor was actually sitting here personally to supervise and guide Kang Ming. One could imagine the importance of this pill concocting mission. Slowly increase the temperature, increase the intensity of the fire. The Xianzhen ancestor ordered Kang Ming. Kang Ming carefully followed the instructions. Stabilize the temperature, continue to increase the intensity of the fire. The Xianzhen ancestor continued to order. Kang Ming continued to follow the instructions. The heavenly silkworm female servant did not find Kang Ming. She only saw the 5th elder, so she passed the elder Yu's call to the 5th elder. I understand. However, Kang Ming is currently doing something big. Once he is done, he might be able to communicate with the outside world without any obstructions. The 5th elder was a little relieved and a little emotional at the same time. If his disciple successfully concocted the bone and marrow cleansing pill, he would become the 8th elder of the heavenly elixir faction. Although his position would not be as high as the 5th elder, he would still be an elder. This was his disciple, so the 5th elder was naturally happy. However, think about how much effort he had put in to become an elder of the heavenly elixir faction. However, Kang Ming's luck was good. Not only did he have someone to assist him in leveling up, but he also concocted a pill. This allowed him to stabilize his position as the 8th elder. All right. The heavenly silkworm female servant nodded and then left respectfully. She did not respect Kang Ming much, but she was very polite to the 5th elder. In the heavenly elixir faction, the elders had a very high status. Other than the heavenly silkworm female servant, they had the highest status. As for the 5th elder, his eyes were fixed on the door of the secret chamber, and he was extremely nervous. All right, slowly retract the fire. Ancestor Xianzhen shouted and said excitedly. Yes. Kang Ming also felt that the pill was completed, so he quickly began to retract the fire. When Kang Ming finished retracting the fire, the ancestor Xianzhen didn't care about the heat and directly opened the lid of the medicine cauldron. Instantly, the room was filled with fragrance. The bone and marrow cleansing pill was successfully concocted. Kang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a proud smile appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this moment, and he finally succeeded. He was going to become the 8th elder of the heavenly elixir faction. What Lin Yi? What Kang Xiaobo? They were all trash. No matter how powerful Lin Yi was, he was just jumping around in the aristocratic family level. Would he dare to go against the ancient level? What was there to be afraid of if even the hidden level didn't dare to provoke them? Poor Kang Ming still didn't know about Lin Yi's achievements during this period of time. He still didn't know that the hidden level didn't dare to provoke Lin Yi anymore. He still thought that Lin Yi was the same as before he left, very good, but the quality is a bit lacking. Ancestor Xianzhen looked at the bone and marrow cleansing pill in his hand excitedly, and then directly swallowed it. This scene made Kang Ming dumbfounded. The ancestor Xianzhen was also dumbfounded. This bone and marrow cleansing pill wasn't for him to consume. Didn't it have other uses? Why did ancestor Xianzhen swallow it directly? Ancestor Xianzhen looked at the two dumbfounded people in front of him and smiled. After I consume it, I can continue concocting. Although Zhao Ming can also concoct it, his skills are still not as good as mine. After I consume it, I can concoct a better quality bone and marrow cleansing pill. Oh! The ancestor Xianzhen nodded. He was shocked earlier, thinking that ancestor Xianzhen had suddenly changed his mind. Although it was ancestor Xianzhen's turn to concoct the bone and marrow cleansing pill, Kang Ming was also a great contributor to the heavenly elixir faction and 5 elements faction. Furthermore, the heavenly elixir faction and 5 elements faction had spent a lot of resources to nurture him. Making him the 8th elder was reasonable. Chapter 5974. Is that so? Yushu wasn't interested in the boots at all. Han Jingjing went back to her house after dinner, while Meng Yaro, Yushu, and Xinyan went upstairs to sleep. Lin Yi didn't ask Xinyan to stay, afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from practicing in the middle of the night. Xinyan, on the other hand, was too embarrassed to stay anymore. She'd been helping Lin Yi with his practicing before. What excuse could she use now? Lin Yi went back to his room and called Boss Bai to tell him that he was safe. He then asked, Master Bai, how is the inheritance in my body? Is there any news? I'm looking for information for you, but there's no news yet. Sigh, if only I was still in the Five Elements sect, but I can't ask them now. Boss Bai said helplessly. It's okay, there's no rush. Lin Yi said that, but he was still very worried. Chem. How about this? I'll call my second disciple and ask him if I have the chance. Boss Bai, naturally, understood what Lin Yi was thinking. He hesitated for a moment before making his decision. His relationship with Shen Chen wasn't good, but his relationship with Shen Zhen was very good. Boss Bai's alchemist had passed away a long time ago, and he barely taught him anything, and Shen Zhen's alchemy skills were all taught by him. As a result, he had always been close to Shen Zhen. It was just that they hadn't contacted each other for so many years, and he didn't know if Shen Zhen was still the Shen Zhen from before, or if he had turned to Shen Chen's side. There won't be any side effects, will there? Lin Yi asked worriedly. I'll try. If it works, then it works. If it doesn't, then it doesn't matter. Boss Bai laughed and said indifferently, at most, I'll lose face. What's the big deal? Thank you, Master Bai. Lin Yi sighed, the former head of the Five Elements sect. He was the former master of the Five Elements sect, but he asked his former junior brother, and he might lose face. All of this was for him, so how could Lin Yi not dare to do it? If you can grow up, that will be my greatest joy. I still hope that we can return to the Five Elements sect together one day, Boss Bai said. Lin Yi didn't say anything else. Words of gratitude were unnecessary. It all depended on his future actions. Boss Bai hung up Lin Yi's call and hesitated for a long time before he finally called Shen Zhen. In the Five Elements sect, Shen Chen and Shen Zhen's satellite phone numbers had not changed for many years. However, he had never taken the initiative to call them. He would rather forget about it. But today, for the sake of Lin Yi, for the sake of his disciple, he had to call Patriarch Shen Zhen. Old ancestor Shen Zhen was studying the pill recipe that Kang Ming had brought back. It was a Tier 4 pill recipe, and this time around, it was flawless. However, he was unable to refine it. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If eldest senior brother Shentian was here, he would definitely be able to refine this pill, right? Eldest senior brother. Are you all right? The profound truth patriarch only dared to reveal his true feelings when no one was around. Over the years, under the pressure of the profound earth patriarch, the profound truth patriarch did not dare to reveal his true feelings. He could only swallow his anger for the sake of the sect's grand plan. He could only cooperate with Shen Chen. A phone rang. The profound truth patriarch thought that it was Patriarch Shen Chen calling to ask him to return to the sect. After all, Patriarch Shen Zhen had been staying in the Heavenly Elixir sect all this time. However, when the profound truth patriarch saw the caller ID on the phone, he was slightly stunned. It was actually an unfamiliar number. Hello. How are you? The profound truth patriarch picked up the phone. Because the satellite phone number was special, the possibility of calling the wrong number was relatively small. Therefore, although he didn't know who it was, he still picked up the phone. Shenzhen, is that you? When Boss Bai heard the profound truth patriarch's voice again, he was filled with emotions. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was young and brought Shenzhen to refine pills every day. That time was always so happy. You are eldest senior brother? The profound truth patriarch's eyes widened. The moment he heard the voice, tears filled his eyes. He didn't expect that the person he had been talking about just now would actually call him. Yes, it's me. Shenzhen, are you all right? Boss Bai asked. Eldest senior brother, I'm sorry. The profound truth patriarch had a lot of words to say, but in the end, It became that he was sorry because he didn't know how to express his current complicated feelings. Hehe, it's all in the past. I don't blame you. Boss Bai laughed. He had already thought through what happened back then. It shouldn't have anything to do with Xian Zhen. He was just used. The person who did this should be Xian Chen. No, it's my fault. I'm too cowardly. After so many years, I didn't dare to find you and bring you back to the sect. Sob, sob, sob. The profound truth patriarch cried loudly like a child. However, he didn't care. In the secret chamber of the heavenly elixir sect, no one would know. At this moment, Boss Bai also understood that Xianzhen didn't walk the same path as Xian Chen. His personality was still as cowardly as before. Although he had become the patriarch of a sect now, he was still a child in his heart. Xianzhen, don't cry. I know what happened back then had nothing to do with you. Boss Bai comforted him. Yes, yes. Hearing this from Boss Bai, Xianzhen relaxed a lot. I came to find you this time because I have something to ask of you. Boss Bai was a little relieved. It seemed that his second junior brother could be trusted. Lin Yi's inheritance method should be settled. Ah! Eldest senior brother, please don't say that. If there's anything you need, just say it. It's not a request. If you want me to do something, just say it. The profound truth patriarch hurriedly said, but, you also know that there are some things that I can't do with Xian Chen around. Are you asking me not to target your disciple in the Five Elements sect? It's not that. Boss Bai denied. I won't make it difficult for you. It's something else. That's good. The profound truth patriarch let out a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to go against the profound truth patriarch. The Five Elements sect could be said to be completely under the control of the profound truth patriarch. He, the second patriarch, was actually just an empty shell. His force was only the heavenly elixir sect. However, it was only a force in the dark. On the surface, the heavenly elixir sect was still under the control of the profound truth patriarch. He couldn't do too much. Otherwise, the profound truth patriarch would see his flaws. He would be fine, but his two disciples would definitely be unlucky. Chapter 5975. Senior brother, you don't have to check this. I know. Although Xuanzhen Ancestor found it strange why Boss Bai asked this, he didn't ask. Instead, he agreed without hesitation. I'll tell you now. Oh, you remember now? That's great. I'll record it. Boss Bai was a little excited. He didn't expect that what he had been worrying about for many days would come to him so easily. Xuanzhen Ancestor still respected him as much as before and would do his best to help him. This made Boss Bai very happy. However, if it weren't for this, Boss Bai wouldn't have called to ask for help. This was a blessing in disguise. Okay, senior brother, you're talking about the inheritance of the original power from the virtual attribute to the real attribute, right? Not the inheritance of the ordinary inheritor? Xuanzhen Ancestor asked. Yes, this kind of inheritance. Boss Bai nodded and said, the inheritor doesn't need to spend so much effort to understand the inheritance. You just need to go to the source of the attribute to comprehend it. I don't need to call you. There are two ways to inherit the power of the origin. The first is the orthodox way, which requires a series of complicated preparations. After consuming the marrow and bone cleansing elixir, you will head to the land of inheritance to inherit the power of the origin. This is a very complicated process. If you want to know more, I will copy it down as soon as possible and find an opportunity to mail it to you, Patriarch Xuanzhen said. Okay, then be careful. Boss Bai said gratefully. It was very dangerous for Xuanzhen Ancestor to do this. Although Xuanzhen Ancestor could go in and out of the Five Elements sect scripture pavilion at will and read the books inside, it was very difficult for him to copy the original power inheritance and mail it to Boss Bai without anyone noticing. According to Xuanzhen Ancestor, Xian Chen Ancestor was basically in charge of the Five Elements sect now. His spies were everywhere. If the Xuanzhen Patriarch did this without telling the truth, he would have to work very hard. For example, reciting a section every day and copying it when he went back. Otherwise, if he took the book away directly, Xian Chen Ancestor would definitely be suspicious. Xuanzhen Ancestor was focused on alchemy. Why would he suddenly be interested in the inheritance? Boss Bai knew very well that there must be something fishy going on. Don't worry. I'll be careful. All these years, Patriarch Xuanzhen had gotten used to living under surveillance. If it were not for the surveillance, he would not have been able to cultivate his own force in the heavenly elixir sect. By the way, what's the other way of inheritance? Boss Bai continued to ask. Another method of inheritance. It's a crooked path, but it's also a shortcut. Old ancestor Xianzhen said, that is to let the virtual person and the inheritor of this branch dual cultivate. Through dual cultivation, they can obtain the inheritance of the source power. The disadvantage of this method is that the inheritor must be a virgin. Otherwise, it won't have any effect. Oh, you can pass down the power of the origin in this way? Boss Bai was surprised. Is this method accurate? It should be accurate. That was what was recorded in the sect's ancient books. The reason why I remembered was because Shen Chen had researched about this before, about inheritors. Shen Chen is in charge. Xuanzhen Patriarch said, although this method is simple, it is not very realistic. First of all, the known inheritors are prioritized for that plan. It will be very difficult for you to find other inheritors. First Marshal Brother, on your side. Who are you asking about this for? Oh, it's a friend of mine. I just want to know. It wasn't that Boss Bai didn't trust Xuanzhen, but he didn't want to reveal too much about Lin Yi. It seems that only the first method is more realistic. That should be the case. Old ancestor Xianzhen nodded. First Marshal Brother, don't worry. Wait patiently and leave the rest to me. Okay, then we'll keep in touch. When you're done, just call me. Boss Bai said. After hanging up, Boss Bai immediately called Lin Yi and told Lin Yi what old ancestor Xianzhen said. After hearing this, Lin Yi was shocked. Dual cultivate with an inheritor. What does he mean by dual cultivation? Lin Yi had to admit that his thoughts were a little devious. There were many types of dual cultivation, and Yang Guo and Dragonis was also called dual cultivation, but most of the dual cultivation in novels referred to dual cultivation in bed. I didn't ask about that. Since the inheritors have to be virgins, then dual cultivation should be. You know. Boss Bai said. Ah. Okay. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. His second wife should be an inheritor, and if he dual cultivated with Xiao Xiao, would he be able to fill up one of his void attributes? Let her become a real slave. But the Ice Palace's requirement for Xiao Xiao was to maintain her virginity. That conflicted with dual cultivation, so Lin Yi didn't know what to choose. But, isn't it a bit unrealistic for me to dual cultivate with 7 inheritors? Indeed, so I'm leaning towards the first method. But we'll have to wait for my junior brother Xianzhen to come back with a copy of the method. Boss Bai said. He's under Xian Chen's control right now, and he can't touch the core secrets of the 5 Elements sect. Xian Chen is also working on the inheritors, but Xianzhen doesn't know much about these things, and I don't either. Then what should we do if we dual cultivate? Lin Yi asked. I didn't ask about that in detail. If you're interested, I'll go ask. Boss Bai said. Okay, there's no harm in knowing more. Lin Yi nodded. After hanging up, Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Boss Bai's news was good news, but it wasn't anything. Dual cultivating with an inheritor wasn't very realistic for Lin Yi. Even if Xiao Xiao was an inheritor, how long would it take to gather the other 6 inheritors? Even if he did, would they dual cultivate with him? Xiao Xiao would be fine, but what about the others? Lin Yi didn't want to do anything to force them, plus, even if Lin Yi wanted to force them, would they be so easily forced? The inheritors all had ancient powers behind them. There was no way Lin Yi was going to force them. Shaking his head, Lin Yi decided not to think about this for now. Instead, he placed his hopes on the first inheritance method that Xuanzhen mentioned. Chapter 5976. Chapter 2796. Someone from the Holofist Palace. Although Lin Yi was suspected to be a sneak attack, but whether it was a sneak attack or not, it showed how strong Lin Yi was. Ji Xian believed that if it was him, he wouldn't be able to do it. Plus, he clearly felt that the skill Lin Yi used was the 15th move of the Heaven class. This skill could only be used by a Heaven class mid-phase master, But Lin Yi was only an Earth-class mid-phase master. Lin Yi, I'll see you in the test. Zhong Naipao finally held back and didn't attack Lin Yi on the spot. Firstly, he was afraid that he would kill Lin Yi directly and affect the test plan. Secondly, if he didn't use his ultimate move, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fight against Lin Yi. If Lin Yi took the initiative to attack him, it would be fine, but if he continued to attack his right-hand follower, then Zhong Naipao would become a commander without an army. Oh, Lin Yi said casually. Me. Zhong Naipao hemped coldly and said to his other follower, Mo Ba, carry Mo Ju, let's go. Yes, gunslinger. Mo Ba's follower was scared. Lin Yi injured Mo Ju with one move, so he obviously didn't have much strength left. If he used another move, then he wouldn't be able to block it. Hearing Zhong Naipao's words, Mo Ba was relieved. He carried Mo Ju and quickly left the restaurant with Zhong Naipao. They came and left in a hurry, and didn't succeed in showing off. Ji Xian, you stopped me just now because... Lin Yi turned to Ji Xian and asked. Ah. Only then did Ji Xian come back to his senses. The scene just now really shocked him. He didn't expect that the legendary Zhong Naipao, who killed a disciple of the Holofist Palace on the trial road, would actually be defeated. And the person who defeated him was an individual cultivator that he just met, an individual cultivator that he didn't pay much attention to. Before, when Lin Yi said that he injured Feng Nitian, Ji Xian was only impressed. After all, he didn't see it with his own eyes. After all, a long time had passed, and he didn't really see any godly skills, so naturally, he didn't pay much attention to it. But now, Ji Xian finally understood why Lin Yi could defeat Feng Nitian. Before, I heard that disciple of the Holofist Palace also hit Zhong Naipao once and became a cripple. I suddenly thought, Naipao just stood there and let you hit him, would be a problem? Ji Xian explained. I thought of this too, so I didn't hit him. Instead, I hit one of his followers. Lin Yi nodded. He'd been thinking of getting rid of as many as he could. Naipao had brought 2 followers with him this time, which was something he was wary of, but now that he'd gotten rid of one, things were much easier. As long as he formed an alliance with Feng Shisan in the test, they should be able to fight against Zhong Naipao. He would deal with Zhong Naipao, and Feng Shisan would deal with Mo Ba. Unless Mo Ba was on the same level as Lin Yi, Feng Shisan, an early phase sky class, should be able to deal with him for a while. Yeah, although I don't know what's going on, but thinking about it, Zhong Naipao didn't even make a move before the disciple of the Holofist Palace was crippled. This is very strange, and he took the initiative to let you hit him. I feel that this is very strange, Ji Xian said, that's why I stopped you. Lin Yi nodded, I'm worried about this too. This Zhong Naipao is a disciple of the demon sect, and we can't use common sense to judge him. It seems that we need to investigate carefully. Don't worry, I'll try my best to find out, but the things I can find out are only on the surface. I can't do anything if it's too secretive, Ji Xian shrugged and said helplessly. Not long after Zhong Naipao left, 3 practitioners came. They were obviously here to participate in the test, but one of them was alone. He looked like he was very unlucky, and the other 2 were on guard against him, as if they wanted to keep a distance from him. That disciple with the noob face is the disciple of the Holofist Palace. One of his companions was crippled by Zhong Naipao, and because he has a grudge with Zhong Naipao, the other 2 don't dare to get too close to him. Ji Xian explained to Lin Yi and the others in a low voice. Then where are the other 2 from? Lin Yi asked. I don't know about that, but I have news about that Holofist Palace disciple because they fought with Zhong Naipao, Ji Xian said. Young hero, why don't you come and sit with us? At this time, Feng Shizhong stood up and threw an olive branch to the disciple of the Holofist Palace. In fact, he was not stupid, but he was straightforward and honest. He also knew that Lin Yi and Zhong Naipao were rivals, and he sat with Lin Yi before, so it was inevitable that Zhong Naipao would treat him as an enemy. The enemy of an enemy was a friend, and this disciple of the Holofist Palace had crippled his companion, so he must hate Zhong Naipao to the core. The disciple of the Holofist Palace was stunned. He didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to recruit him. The disciples of other sects avoided him, afraid that they would provoke Zhong Naipao's revenge. He was thinking about whether he should continue to participate in the test when someone called him. "Hello. Are you calling me?" The disciple of the Holofist Palace pointed at himself and asked with uncertainty. "Of course, I am Feng Shizhong, a sky-class early-stage spiritual master, a disciple of the ancient Feng family. May I know your name, young hero?" Feng Shizhong asked with a smile. "My name is Li Siba. I am from the Holofist Palace, a sky-class mid-stage spiritual master," Li Siba said with fear and trepidation. Usually, the disciple of the Holofist Palace was very arrogant. Although the other party was a disciple of the ancient Feng family, he was only a sky-class early stage, so he would definitely look down on him. However, the situation was different now. Feng Shizhong took the initiative to talk to him, which was already giving him a lot of face. "Haha, young hero Li, sit down, let me introduce you to the others." Feng Shizhong pointed at Lin Yi and said, "This is young hero Lin, a late-stage Earth-class master." Speaking of Lin Yi's strength, Li Siba's eyes flashed with disappointment. In his opinion, Lin Yi's strength was too low. Among the people here, Feng Shizhong was the strongest, but it was impossible for him to compete with Zhong Naipao and the others. "Young hero Li, don't underestimate Brother Lin. Although Brother Lin is only a late-stage Earth-class master, he just destroyed a mid-stage Sky-class subordinate of Zhong Naipao with one move. So, Brother Lin's strength is the strongest among us." Feng Shizhong also saw Li Siba's disdain and explained. He even respectfully called Lin Yi Brother Lin. "Ah." Li Siba was stunned and looked at Lin Yi in horror. Chapter 59-77. Li Siba, of course, knew how strong Zhong Naipao's men were. They were real heaven-class masters, and Lin Yi could cripple them in one move. What kind of terrifying strength was this? He had suffered under Zhong Naipao's hands before, and he knew how strong they were. Although he was also a heaven-class master, he didn't get the upper hand against two of Naipao's men. If he didn't run fast enough, he might have been crippled. But he didn't expect Lin Yi to be able to cripple Naipao's men, and he was still eating here as if nothing had happened. It was unbelievable. Li Siba greets young hero Lin. "Brother Lin, you are really my idol. Brother Lin, you may already know that our Holofist Palace disciple suffered under Zhong Naipao's hands, and I thought there was no hope for revenge. I didn't expect Brother Lin to help me vent my anger. I'm so grateful." Li Siba looked at Lin Yi with admiration. "Zhong Naipao and I are enemies, and I crippled him in the Ice Palace last time. It's normal for him to come looking for trouble. It's not like it has anything to do with you," Lin Yi said nonchalantly with a wave of his hand. "Damn, Brother Lin, you are so strong. You crippled Zhong Naipao last time. Did you cripple Feng Nitian as well?" "Hey!" Li Siba suddenly turned to look at Feng Shipian. He didn't know why Feng Shipian was sitting with Lin Yi. Didn't Lin Yi cripple someone from the Fengs? "Don't look at me like that, Brother Li. I know my cousin very well. He's arrogant and domineering. He tried to rob Brother Lin's treasures in the Ice Palace trial, and he got crippled by Brother Lin. He deserved it." Feng Shipian shook his head and said, "This doesn't affect my relationship with Brother Lin." In actuality, Feng Shipian wasn't an idiot at all. He came here to get medicine for Nitian, but he didn't show any hostility towards the person who injured Nitian. Instead, he showed friendliness. This was enough to show that Feng Shipian was the type of person who looked like a fool. "I see." Li Siba nodded. "Since Brother Lin is so strong, why don't we nominate Brother Lin to be our captain? We'll form a team and join the trial under Brother Lin's leadership. I think it's a good idea." Ji Xian also admired Lin Yi and nodded in agreement. "Of course, I have no problem with that. With Brother Lin leading us, our team is like a tiger that has grown wings," Feng Shipian said with a smile. "Lin Yi is my boss, I'll be fine," Chikuan said. Therefore, Lin Yi inexplicably became the leader of the group, which made him feel somewhat helpless. "By the way, Ciba, where are the two disciples who came with you from? It seems like he's on guard against you," Lin Yi asked. Since everyone had elected him as the team leader, he wouldn't decline and just called Li Siba. "Those two are from the Dark Palace, average strength, Earth-class mid-phase. Of course, it's not that I look down on Earth classes. A master like Brother Lin is even stronger than us Sky-class masters," Siba was worried that Lin Yi wouldn't be happy, so he added, "These two were trying to get on our good side on the way here, wanting to join me and my disciple, but then we met Zhong Naipao, and my disciple was crippled, so the two of them just kept their distance from us." A disciple of the Dark Palace? Lin Yi had heard of the Dark Palace before, back when Lin Yi came back from West Star Mountain. Lin Yi had heard of them before. All of a sudden, Lin Yi felt a headache. Lin Yi remembered the trip to West Star Mountain and suddenly felt like his memories were a little fragmented. There were a lot of things missing, but he just couldn't remember them. "Brother Lin, what's wrong? Do you have a grudge against the Dark Palace?" Li Siba saw the frown on Lin Yi's face, and thought that Lin Yi had a grudge against them. "Do you need me to teach them a lesson?" "Nope, don't do anything stupid." Lin Yi waved his hand. "I was just thinking about something else, it's nothing." "Alright." Li Siba had wanted to show off in front of Lin Yi, but he didn't have the chance. After a while, more disciples came into the restaurant, some that Ji Xian and the others knew, and some that they didn't. The one that caught Lin Yi's attention was a female disciple from the Ice Palace. Lin Yi thought that either Zhao Qijiu or Yu Bing would come, but they didn't. In truth, the Sky Elixirs test was full of danger, and both Yu Bing and Qijiu were people that Lin Yi had asked Xiao Xiao to take care of. Naturally, Xiao Xiao wouldn't let them come to such a dangerous test. Plus, Xiao Xiao didn't know that Lin Yi was going to participate in the Sky Elixir test. After all, the last time Lin Yi participated in the Sky Elixir test was a coincidence, and Lin Yi didn't have much to do with the Sky Elixir test. At first, Lin Yi thought that he wouldn't meet anyone he knew in the test, but then the door opened, and a cool girl in black tiptoed in carefully, not greeting anyone. She found a corner and sat down. "Phut!" Lin Yi spat out the drink in his mouth when he saw who it was. Who else could it be other than Yang Chichi? What Lin Yi didn't expect was that Yang Chichi would participate in the test as well. What was she doing here? Was she here to trade for some medicine for her friend's illness? "Bro Lin, what's wrong?" Shipian asked curiously. "Nothing, I just saw someone I know," Lin Yi said. "Then tell her to come sit with us," Shipian said passionately. "It's okay, she's a bit of a loner. We'll see." Lin Yi shook his head. Lin Yi understood Yang Chichi's personality. If there wasn't anything, Lin Yi wouldn't bother her, lest she tried to kill him. After dinner, Lin Yi and the others went back to their rooms to rest. There were a lot of practitioners in the restaurant, and Yang Chichi didn't notice Lin Yi. She left alone after dinner, and it seemed like she didn't have any friends here. Naipao didn't know if it was because he was defeated by Lin Yi, but he didn't come back down after he went upstairs. He didn't eat either. "Bro Lin, what's this spirit beast of yours? Why does it look like a pet? It shouldn't be of much use in this test, right?" Ji Xian was a knowledgeable man, and he found the spirit beast in Lin Yi's hand strange. Chapter 5978. But now, he had finally settled down. Although there were still dangers in his life, it was different from before. Lin Yi had a goal and a sense of existence. This was also the first time Lin Yi had looked at the 9th princess after Yu Ning. "I've said it before, you are my team member. I will not give up on any team member," Lin Yi said. "Ah." Chichi suddenly felt that this sentence was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it. She only thanked Lin Yi silently. She decided that if they could leave this place successfully, she would do everything she could to help Lin Yi find out what Lin Yi needed in Europe. "Don't worry too much, there will be a way. Let's eat something first." "Are you hungry?" Lin Yi asked. "Yeah, a little." Chichi rubbed her stomach. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to leave this place, but after hearing what Lin Yi said, she was really hungry. "Then wait for me here, I'll go catch some fish from the lake over there," Lin Yi said as he stood up and walked towards the lake that the pig had pointed him to. Chichi looked at Lin Yi's back and felt very conflicted. She felt very guilty. She had treated Lin Yi badly, but Lin Yi didn't care and helped her every time she was in danger. Chichi wasn't someone with a heart of stone, how could she not be touched? Naturally, Lin Yi didn't know that Chichi's opinion of him had changed. He caught 4 or 5 fish in the lake and quickly went back to where he'd come from. He prepared the fish quickly and skillfully before putting them in a clean place and starting to roast them. "All right, eat." Lin Yi gave most of the fish to Chichi, but only took one for himself. You. Why are you only eating one? Chichi was a little embarrassed and asked. I'm a spiritual practitioner. He just needed to cultivate for a while. You are a physical cultivator, so your physical recovery is slower. Lin Yi said. Then. I won't hold back. Chichi nodded. The difference between a spiritual practitioner and a physical practitioner was that spiritual practitioners could absorb the qi in the air and turn it into their own qi for their own use. Physical practitioners, on the other hand, had to train their body to achieve their goal. Although external experts, after cultivating a martial technique, could also use the surrounding spiritual qi for their own use when executing a martial technique. However, in terms of recovery speed, they were still inferior to internal cultivators. External martial cultivators exhausted their stamina slowly. This was because martial techniques used the spiritual energy in the surroundings. They did not need to use their own quintessence. There were pros and cons to both. However, if the external experts didn't use their martial skills, then they wouldn't be able to do so. Then, Naipao's thorn arts would lose its effect. Naipao's thorn arts could reflect 80% of the qi back to 240%, and if a physical practitioner didn't use any skills and just used their physical body to hit Naipao, there wouldn't be a problem with the reflected qi. However, not to mention that the masters of the Holofist Palace did not know this situation before. Even if they knew, they could only hit Zhong Naipao with the strength of their bodies. It wouldn't deal too much damage to Naipao. After all, external experts were also dependable. He won by relying on his martial skills. This was also why external experts were no match for internal experts when they were at a lower level. Under normal circumstances, they would be stronger than inner sect experts of the same level. This was also because when external experts activated their martial skills, they mobilized the true energy around their bodies, unlike internal experts who emitted it from their bodies. The higher the level of external experts, the more spiritual energy they could mobilize, and naturally, the more powerful they would be. Young Chichi had a good meal of grilled fish, and she sat on the ground in a daze, looking at the cliff. The sky was getting dark, but young Chichi wasn't sleepy. She was trapped here, and she didn't know when she could get out. Lin Yi, if we can't think of a way to get out when the time is up, will the five evils qi invade our bodies and cause us to go crazy? Young Chichi asked worriedly. I don't think so. I'll walk around again tomorrow to see if there's a way out, Lin Yi said. Okay. Young Chichi nodded. She didn't know why, but after going through so many things with Lin Yi, young Chichi trusted him more and more. Lin Yi's words made her feel at ease. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and Lin Yi left to look for a way out. But after walking around for half a day, Lin Yi couldn't find a way. It seemed that Tian Chan was very familiar with this place, and if she said there was no way, then there was no way. If Tian Chan was here to accept the inheritance, then she must know a lot more about the Five Evils Mountains than he did. And so, Lin Yi gave up after not finding a way. He turned back to the lake and continued to catch fish. After catching a few fish, Lin Yi went back to the place where he and young Chichi were, and continued grilling fish. Young Chichi saw that Lin Yi was back, and couldn't just sit around and enjoy the fruits of his labor. What can I do for you? Why don't I clean up these fish? It's fine, I'm used to it. Just wait. Lin Yi shook his head, and started cleaning the fish with practiced ease. Yangjing City. A pack of cigarettes was quickly finished by Tianli. He tried his best to reduce the amount of cigarettes he smoked, but it didn't take long before there was only one pack left. Tianli picked up his phone, and was about to call Mr. Lang when his phone rang first. What surprised him was that it was Mr. Lang. Mr. Lang, I was just about to call you. Tianli smiled as he picked up the phone. Mr. Liu, are you panicking? You gave me the money, afraid that I'd run away? Xiaochun smiled brightly. Haha, how could that be? Mr. Lang and I have a strategic partnership, and our medicine business is worth a few $100 million a year. Mr. Lang wouldn't be interested in $30 million. Tianli really didn't think that Mr. Lang would lie to him. On one hand, it was the hypnotist's work, and on the other, the two companies would be doing business for a few $100 million a year. Mr. Lang wouldn't be interested in this small amount of money. I was just joking, Mr. Liu. I have good news for you. Xiaochun changed the topic. Oh, what good news? Do you have more cigarettes? Tianli paused and asked. Chapter 5979. Ah, it's already booked. None left? Tianli asked, shocked. Mr. Lang, I can't do that. You have to at least leave some for me. I'd rather make less money than keep some for myself. But the profit is very high. The price of a carton of cigarettes is about 10,000 yuan. I can sell it for more than 20,000 yuan. This batch of goods has a total of 2,000 cartons. Once I sell it, I can make a profit of 200%. Xiaochun said. We invested 30 million, including the money we used to bribe the gangsters when we smuggled them in. That's 50 million worth of profit. That won't make much of a difference. Leave me 10, no, 20. Tianli had thought that the cigarettes would be expensive, but it didn't seem too expensive after hearing the price. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked for more. 20. I'll try my best then. 10 should be fine, 20 depends on the situation. Xiaochun hesitated for a moment and said, by the way, Mr. Liu, let's split the money we earned, about 13 million yuan each. Shall I transfer it to your company's account? Oh, just this one deal? You won't do it again in the future? Tianli paused. The profit was very tempting to him. He was the conservative type. He could keep his business, but starting a business was a bit difficult. Naturally, he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Plus, these cigarettes had already become his daily necessities. If he didn't have these cigarettes, he couldn't imagine how he would be able to endure it. So, subconsciously, Tianli hoped that this deal would continue. Crossing the border once and bribing the gangsters is too much. This time, I'm still using my connections. Next time, they'll probably have to pay 20 to 30 million before they're willing to help us smuggle the boats. That way, there won't be much profit. I'm thinking about doing it once and then forget about it. Mr. Lang said, after all, our capital is limited. It's just a little bit. It's meaningless to do it again, is that so? Tianli didn't understand the details of smuggling, either. He had always been doing proper business, and even when he was importing, it was through the official customs channels. He had never asked a smuggler to use a boat to smuggle, so he believed what Boss Lang said. But Tianli wasn't quite satisfied. Then should we increase the amount we import each time? Should we talk to those smugglers again? It's not impossible. Firstly, I'm afraid that it will take up too much of Director Liu's funds. Secondly, I'm afraid that Director Liu will think that this business isn't a proper path and you won't be interested in it, Director Lang said. I can look into the funds, but as for this business, I'm not interested in such a huge profit. How is that possible? Tianli said, how about this, Mr. Lang, where are you? I'll go find you and we can talk about it in detail. I'm in the hotel. I'll take Xiao Kui to your company to talk about it. I'll bring you some cigarettes on the way, Xiao Chun said. All right, I'll be waiting for you at my company, Mr. Lang, Tianli said quickly. Half an hour later, Xiao Chun and the hypnotist appeared at Tianli's company, and naturally, Tianli welcomed them warmly in the guest room. Mr. Lang, you're the best. This business has brought in such a huge profit in just a few days. Tianli wasn't someone who hadn't seen a lot of money before, but to be able to earn so much in just a few days, this speed was not to be underestimated. Haha, it's nothing. If it weren't for Director Liu's support, I wouldn't be able to earn so much money. Xiao Chun waved his hand with a smile. But it's not impossible for us to continue investing. Yes, the more you invest, the greater the return. For example, if you invest a few 100 million, the return will be even greater, Kui Mianxia said, not missing the opportunity. That's right, then let's invest 500 million. Let's hope we can earn more money. Tianli didn't know what was going on, but he suddenly had a strong desire to invest. He didn't even think about it before saying it. That's fine, then let's sign another contract and continue this business, Xiao Chun said. All right, no problem, I'll start raising the money in the next 2 days. Tianli's company didn't earn much after becoming the agent of Miracle Dr. Guan's company, but the cash flow was still very strong. When Lin Yi was treating Zhenhu, it was hard for House Liu to gather 100 million, but now, 500 million wasn't a problem at all. Although most of it was from Miracle Dr. Guan's company, they could still use it once in a while. After all, Lin Yi trusted House Liu a lot. He never checked the accounts or anything like that, so Tianli still had a lot of room to maneuver. The contract is still the same as last time, just changing the numbers, Kui Mianxia said as he took out a contract from his bag and passed it to Tianli. Tianli nodded and looked at the contract. It was the same as last time, but the investment amount wasn't confirmed yet. No problem, I'll sign it now and help you raise the money. Tianli nodded and looked at the contract briefly. Since they had worked together many times, Tianli didn't suspect anything and signed the contract right away. In the next few days, Tianli started to raise money for Xiao Chun. He used the money from the company to buy the medicine for Miracle Dr. Guan's company and some of the money from the customers, and transferred it to Mr. Lang's account. With cigarettes, Tianli's life in the future would be very comfortable. He would smoke every day, fantasizing that the 500 million would turn into 1 billion. If that happened, who would doubt his ability to expand? However, in less than 2 days, Xiao Chun called him again. Mr. Liu, it's me, Xiao Chun said. Mr. Lang, what's up? How's the organization of our goods? Tianli asked. The goods are pretty much organized, but there's something else I want to discuss with you. We're going to do it. How about a big one? Xiao Chun asked. A big one? What do you mean? How did you make it big? Tianli paused. How about this, I'll go with Kui, and we'll talk about it in your company, Xiao Chun said. All right, I'll wait for Mr. Lang's arrival at the company, Tianli said quickly. This time, Xiao Chun and Kui Mianxia came very quickly. Less than 20 minutes after hanging up, they arrived at Tianli's company's guest room. Chapter 5980. Yu. Chibing didn't think that Yui would be so stubborn. No matter what he said, he'd be so cold and indifferent. He had no choice but to say, fine, I'll leave then. If you don't want to listen, then don't listen. Me. Yui snorted coldly and answered Chibing's question. Chibing had no choice but to turn around and get in the car. He said to Chikuan, you drive, my head is broken. Serves you right, who told you to be a busybody? Chikuan said sarcastically as he got in the driver's seat, started the car, and left quickly. Mr. Yui, why did you help me? It's Ning. Lin Yi was injured, but it wasn't to the point where he couldn't speak. With curiosity, Lin Yi asked. But Yui didn't give Lin Yi any answer. He turned around and left. Yui's sudden arrival, help, and abrupt departure confused Lin Yi. But, among the people present, there was one person who understood why Yui would help, and that person was Yushu. But Yushu couldn't reveal anything. She squatted down and held Lin Yi's hand. Shield bro, how are you? Yeah, Lin Yi, how did you get hurt like this? I'll carry you back to your room to heal, Meng Yaro said quickly. Okay. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Even if he went back to his room, he wouldn't be able to heal. He couldn't use the arts, so how could he heal? Even with General Weiwu and Skybolt Pig, the two spirit beasts from the same sect, Lin Yi couldn't get pure energy from them with his practitioner's arts suppressed. It was a dead end. If Chibing hadn't suggested breaking Lin Yi's Dantian, Lin Yi could have used the Qi gathering pill to level up and break through to Sky class, then he could have used the art of dragon mastery to heal his meridians. Even if he didn't have the pill, he could use General Weiwu or Skybolt Pig to recover, but Chibing had messed up Lin Yi's plans. One had to admit that Chibing was quite the schemer, putting Lin Yi in a very difficult position. Meng Yaro and Yushu carried Lin Yi back to his room, helpless. But Lin Yi smiled and comforted. Shu, why are you wearing the mid-level golden cicada underwear? Lin Yi remembered that he had put away the mid-level golden cicada underwear after coming back from the Sky Elixir sect. He didn't think that Shu would have taken it out. Luckily, she wore it, or he wouldn't have been able to take that punch from Chibing. Although Yui had stopped Chibing, it had to be said that the mid-level golden cicada underwear played a decisive role. As for Yui's appearance, although Lin Yi didn't understand, he was grateful. If it wasn't for him, Chibing would have turned his target to Meng Yaro. Yushu had the mid-level golden cicada underwear, but Meng Yaro didn't. If Chibing really hit Meng Yaro, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I don't know. Shu thought it was fun, so I put it on. I didn't think that Prophet Shu was this good. Shu didn't know that Lin Yi couldn't recover, so her tone was relaxed. There wasn't a trace of sadness. I see. Lin Yi suddenly remembered that Shu told him to be careful before he went to the hidden house Zhao's banquet. He didn't think much of it, but now it seemed that Shu's prophecy ability was really. At that thought, Lin Yi regretted trusting Chikuan too much. After all, even Chikuan could make mistakes sometimes. But this time, Elder Zhao was willing to sacrifice 200 million to join Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi really didn't expect him to play tricks like this. Shield bro, I'll be leaving with Yarrow first. You can heal yourself first. You can tell us what happened today after you're healed, Shu said. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. Shu was about to pull Meng Yarrow away when Meng Yarrow stopped in her tracks. Wait. What's wrong, Yarrow? Shu blinked. Meng Yarrow turned around and looked at Lin Yi. Wait, Lin Yi, are you hiding something from us? Your injuries. Are they serious? The miss was very clever other than the time he resigned. When Lin Yi was injured, he always recovered quickly. Even if he couldn't fully recover, Lin Yi's broken arms and legs would recover. But Lin Yi had been home for a while now, and his injuries didn't seem to be recovering at all. Plus, Lin Yi didn't ask for General Weiwu or Skybolt Pig to come. This made Meng Yarrow suspicious. Lin Yi's injuries might be more serious than she thought. Oh yeah. Shu reacted as well, frowning. Shield bro, what's going on? Seeing the miss and Shu's expressions, Lin Yi knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. They were starting to get suspicious. Lin Yi could only tell them the truth. That's right, this time, it's more serious than I thought. I'm temporarily crippled. Lin Yi didn't hide anything from these two girls who were closest to him. Lin Yi knew that even if House Zhao could lie to him, Meng Yarrow and Shu wouldn't. So, Lin Yi told them what happened today. When Meng Yarrow and Shu heard that Lin Yi was poisoned, they were shocked and uneasy. Even Lin Yi couldn't cure the poison. What could they do? Besides, Lin Yi's dantian was broken, and no medicine would work on him. It was the same as walking on the road to death. Don't worry, it's serious, but it might not be as bad as you think. Maybe there's a solution. Lin Yi saw their sad expressions and smiled. Do me a favor, call Guan Shueming, Professor Guan, and then call Boss Bai and Mr. Bai. Tell them to come to the villa and think of a solution. With Grandpa Guan's medical skills, the wounds on my body won't be a problem for him. It might take a while to recover, but it'll be fine. As for the meridians and dantian, I'll need Mr. Bai's help. There's almost no hope of curing the poison. I can't get the food from Zhao Chibing, and I can't analyze it. Yeah, I didn't think that Zhao Chikuan would betray us too. Meng Yarrow complained, if it weren't for him, you wouldn't have gone to the banquet. Chapter 5981. Qian Peguang's words were meant to mock the Blood Cloak ancestor. However, he hadn't expected that the Blood Cloak ancestor would nod his head and say, that's right. The Blood Cloak Yellow Spring sect does have a strong background and a strong backer. Of course, we are not afraid that someone will come to seek revenge. Heh! Qian Peguang was slightly stunned and then laughed even harder. Did you hear that? These three old guys said that they have a backer and a strong background. Ha 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 ha, I say, have you heard that the Blood Cloak Underworld sect has a strong backer? No. Dongfang Badao simply shook his head. What about our friends from the Everyday and Everyday sect? You are one of the oldest ancient sects. Have you heard of the Blood Cloak Underworld sect's backer? Qian Peguang turned to look at Pure Yang Heavenly Venerate and continued to ask. No. Pure Yang Heavenly Venerate also shook his head. Ha, Blood Cloak ancestor, you are really funny. At this time, you still want to lie to us. Do you think that we are stupid and believe that Lin Yi can fight people of a higher level? Do you think we will believe it a second time? Qian Peguang said mockingly, since you have a backer, we won't kill you first. We'll give you a chance to ask for a backer. Call your backer out, and we'll talk to him. Let's see what kind of idiot dares to be your backer. Okay, that's fine. The blood-clothed ancestor nodded seriously. Then, he said nothing more. After listening to Blood Cloak ancestor's words, Qian Peguang was stunned, but he still waited patiently for the next part. However, after waiting for a long time, Bloodcloak Ancestor did not continue to say anything, so he asked impatiently, "Where is he? Your backer. Why aren't you moving?" "He is far away, but close at hand." Bloodcloak Ancestor made an introduction gesture and pointed at Lin Dongfang. At this moment, Lin Dongfang was sitting with his back to the people, so these people had been in for so long and directly ignored him. "What?" Qian Buoguang's eyes widened and then he laughed until he was out of breath. "Ha ha 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 ha, I say, are you guys serious? You randomly found a village man and told me that he is your backer. Don't tell me this old farmer is your backer." "Yes." Bloodcloak Ancestor nodded and said, "Mr. Dongfang is the boss behind the Bloodcloak Underworld sect." "Phut. Cough, cough, cough." Qian Buoguang almost burst out laughing. "Mr. Dongfang? Don't tell me he's from the Dongfang family. The head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Badao, is here." "Oh, no, his name is Dongfang. As for his surname, you don't deserve to know." Ancestor Bloodclothed said faintly. Lin Dongfang had never publicly revealed his name in the ancient times. Only a few people who were close to him knew his name. "Really? Mr. Dongfang, then stand up and show us why you dare to be the backer of the Bloodcloak Underworld sect. Since you are the boss behind the scenes, we will let you pay for this." Qian Buoguang still did not believe that Lin Dongfang was the backer and the boss behind the scenes of the Bloodcloak Underworld sect. The reason was very simple. In his opinion, the old farmer was a temporary scapegoat found by the Bloodcloak Underworld sect. Perhaps Ancestor Bloodclothed and the others were delusional enough to push this person out so that they could be killed by Qian Buoguang and the others so that they could avoid their punishment. Ch. They underestimated the intelligence of Qian Buoguang and the others. "Well, since you all want to talk to me, then I will talk to you." Lin Dongfang smiled slightly and stood up from his seat. At this moment, the laziness of a village doctor was gone. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of domineering and indifference of a superior. Hearing old Lin's pretentious words, Qian Buoguang laughed again. Behind him, the people who came with him were basically thinking that the old farmer was a scapegoat found by the Bloodcloak Underworld sect. However, the old farmer did not know that he was about to die. Lin Dongfang stood up and slowly turned around. His bright eyes stared at the people who came to the grocery store. There were new faces and old faces. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. You are. The first person who recognized Lin Dongfang was actually Zhong Pingliang, but it was no wonder. How could he forget the person who killed him with one punch? What a terrifying memory it was. He, the Mad Dragon Ancestor, a peak late-stage heaven-class great perfection expert, was actually killed with one punch? Who would believe it? However, this had really happened and existed more than a decade ago. During the years in the tomb, the person in front of him was the Mad Dragon Ancestor's nightmare. Even after the Mad Dragon Ancestor came back to life with Zhong Pingliang's body, the person in front of him was one of the people he didn't want to see the most in his life. Yes, it was too tragic. Zhong Pingliang looked at the person in front of him and didn't even have the slightest intention to fight back. This was the absolute difference in strength, an insurmountable moat. It was different from the grudge between him and Lin Yi. Zhong Pingliang and Lin Yi, no matter what, had the same starting line. They were both high school classmates. He felt that he had the ability to kill Lin Yi, but this person in front of him, Zhong Pingliang, felt that even if he trained for 100 years, it would be a waste. Even if he really ascended to Heavenly Dao, he probably wouldn't be this person's opponent. After all, this person was said to be a Heavenly Dao master 10 years ago, or maybe even higher. Lin Dongfang looked at Zhong Pingliang suspiciously. He didn't know this person, nor had he seen him before, but he did see the person next to Zhong Pingliang. Guangyou, right? I haven't seen you for more than a decade. What are you doing here? Lin Dongfang smiled at Guangyou Ancestor and asked. Guangyou Ancestor broke out in a cold sweat. He also recognized who this person was. Wasn't this one of the killer Vaja? Why was he here? Didn't he disappear? Did he bring a group of people to Heavenly Dao? But no matter how Lin Dongfang appeared here, Kwangyo ancestor was trembling in fear, but he didn't dare to ignore Lin Dongfang's question. He had no choice, his mind raced. Kwangyo ancestor suddenly saw the bucket of soy sauce in the grocery store and was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Mr. Dongfang, I'm here to buy soy sauce." Chapter 5982. The reaction of the Mad Bull Patriarch made the people present stunned, and his performance finally made Dongfang Badao and another elder of the Black Horse Club, who was silent all the way and did not say a word, recognize Lin Dongfang. Of course, it was not that they didn't want to recognize him before, but they didn't dare to recognize him. After all, there were too many similar people in this world. They didn't want the person in front of them to be that person. If the person in front of them was that person, then he was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Bloodshirt Underworld sect. Then what revenge could they take? It was good enough to go back. "This little friend, do we know each other?" Lin Dongfang looked at Zhong Pingliang and asked with some doubts. Among them, in addition to Zhong Pingliang, Qian Buoguang of the Black Horse Club, and the pure young Tianzuan of the Day and Everyday sect, he had an impression of the others. He had seen them more than 10 years ago. I. Zhong Pingliang said the word "I" 3 times, and he was so scared that his legs went soft, and his eyes went black. He fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and fainted. He was scared and fainted. Lin Dongfang was stunned. He had never seen the little friend in front of him, but this person fainted directly, which made Lin Dongfang very puzzled. "Let's go out and talk." Lin Dongfang didn't want to expose his identity in the village, which was not in line with his purpose of living in seclusion, so he didn't wait for anyone to speak, and took the lead to go out of the grocery store, and the Bloodshirt ancestor, the Yellow Spring ancestor, and the Yinsen ancestor followed him out of the grocery store. The Mad Bull ancestor looked at Zhong Pingliang, who fainted on the ground, but he wouldn't laugh at him. After all, the big brother, the Mad Dragon ancestor, died under the fist of this person. It was inevitable that he would be scared when he saw the person who sent him to heaven again. Picking up Zhong Pingliang, the Mad Dragon ancestor took the lead to go out of the grocery store. Although the pure young Tianzuan had never talked to Lin Dongfang in the past, he had seen this person's appearance and ruthlessness from a distance, so he was also scared at this time. Seeing the Mad Bull ancestor go out, he quickly followed. The remaining Dongfang Badao and the elder of the Black Horse Club also followed out of the grocery store. The president of the Black Horse Club, Qian Buoguang, was very inexplicable at the moment. What was wrong with these people? Why didn't he say anything when he saw an old farmer from the mountains? Could it be that this old farmer was an expert? But, even if this old farmer is a peak late-stage heaven rank expert, is there a need to be so afraid? Including this old farmer, the Bloodcloth Yellow Spring sect only had 3 peak late-stage perfect experts and 1 peak late-stage perfect expert. On their side, they had 4 peak late-stage perfect experts and 1 peak late-stage perfect expert. The advantage was very obvious. However, since everyone had left, Qian Buoguang could only be the last to leave the grocery store with doubts in his mind. Only Widow Wang, who had sold a bottle of soy sauce at a sky-high price, was left behind. She looked at the group of people leaving in confusion. Just now, Ancestral Master Wild Bull had bought a bottle of soy sauce and had given her 100 yuan. Widow Wang was stunned for a long time. When she came to her senses, these people had already left. Widow Wang felt that they were filming a TV show. What kind of sect was this? Was this a martial arts movie? After all, these things were too far away for a rural woman like her. She had never thought that these things were real, so she just threw them to the back of her mind. In her opinion, old Lin was probably a guest actor. Otherwise, how could he scold these people with just a few words and make them so scared that they didn't dare to speak? This must have been planned in advance in the script. Otherwise, how could a village doctor have such great ability? Thinking about how she had sold a bottle of soy sauce, she wondered if she would have a chance to appear on TV. If there were really scenes of her on TV, then she would be famous. Thinking of this, Widow Wang suddenly became proud. She hummed a little tune and kept the 100 yuan. Of course, she was really ignorant. There wasn't even a cameraman here. How could it be a TV show? But she didn't have much experience, so how would she know these things? Therefore, She was prepared to see old Lin again and ask him when the TV show would be aired. Lin Dongfang took the lead and walked in front. His pace was very fast. Although he wasn't a practitioner, his speed wasn't slow. Very soon, he arrived at West Star Mountain, not far from the fountain. Lin Dongfang came here with a plan. After all, there were so many people, and with his current stamina, he couldn't beat all of them. At most, he could beat 2 or 3, but after that, he would have to drink the fountain water to replenish himself. Otherwise, his body would be abnormally weak like a Gauden. At that time, his weakness would be exposed. So this fountain water was used to save his life. Since there was no one else here, Lin Dongfang decided to be frank. He looked at the people behind him and said, "The 3 ancestors of the blood-clothed underworld sect are my servants. What they do is also tacitly approved by me. If you have any opinions, you can tell me." At this time, Pinliang had finally woken up after the long journey of Master Kuangyo, but after hearing Lin Dongfang's words, he almost fainted again. He quickly said, "No objections, no objections, haha, how could we have any objections? Haha, why didn't you say so earlier? Bloody Shirt, Yellow Spring, Yin Sen, you're all Mr. Dongfang's servants. Then can you take me as a servant too? Haha, little brother is fine too. I don't have any plans to take in little brothers yet." Lin Dongfang looked at Pinliang, his expression becoming more and more strange. Who was this person? Where did he come from? Pinliang's words echoed in the ears of most of the people present. It was no wonder that these people had witnessed Lin Dongfang's power in the past, but there were a few who didn't know who Lin Dongfang was. This was the leader of the Black Horse Gang, Chen Buoguang. Back then, he wasn't the leader of the Black Horse Gang yet. He was just a normal elder on a mission outside, so he wasn't afraid of Lin Dongfang at all. Pinliang might be scared shitless and wanted to be Lin Dongfang's servant, but in Chen Buoguang's eyes, Pinliang was just a strategist, a normal Earth class. It wasn't surprising that he was timid. What's wrong with you guys? Who is this old thing? Didn't we agree to kill the gloomy elder together now? Chen Buoguang started panicking when he saw that no one was moving. Chapter 5983. Previously, the Murloc had expected to write about 200 chapters for the Heaven Stage Island part. However, the Murloc had done a reader survey and voted on the pages. According to the results, many readers wanted to write more about the Heaven Stage Island and Yanghuang Star parts. Therefore, the Murloc had changed the plan for the School Bells fans and would write about this part of the plot in detail. To be honest, the subscription for the new book was better than the School Bells, but the Murloc would work hard to write for the School Bells fans. Before the end, it would not be less than 2 chapters a day. The Murloc would give the School Bell a perfect and wonderful ending of the trilogy. Li Buliang Boss would end. The 3rd chapter had always been the Murloc's promise. It would be restored when they landed on the Heaven Stage Island. There were 150,000 manuscripts for the Heaven Stage Island part, which was enough to deal with accidents when they could not write. Regarding this part of the transition, the Murloc had written a part of the Secular World manuscript in the first month of the year. He planned to deal with things that could not be updated after the little Murloc was born, but at that time, there were many holes that he did not think of. After all, the book was too long, and the Murloc was not a computer. He ignored some things. As a result, when he saw a hole that was not filled in by a reader, the Murloc realized that many parts of the manuscript had to be rewritten. Filling in the holes was much more time-consuming than developing the plot, so the speed could not be sped up. Chapter 5984. Everyone, please follow the Fishman's public Weibo, account Uran22. After everyone adds him, you can chat with the Fishman. If you have any suggestions, you can leave a message for the Fishman, and the Fishman will choose the best and adopt them. Also, regarding the latest updates of the School Bell, as well as the School Bell's manga, movies, and game adaptations, we will inform everyone immediately through Weibo. There will be exclusive manga characters to share. If everyone has any suggestions for the plot, they can all bring them up on Weibo. There were too many random posts on the forum, and although the Fishman would come to read them regularly, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of suggestions that couldn't be seen. Weibo was still very convenient. Let me tell everyone a secret. After a period of time, the The fishman might even choose readers with good suggestions and send them signed book. Chapter 3650, Failure. Translator, Ruzenji Editor, H2DH2 Mr. Although he had never encountered such a problem in the past, the foundation-breaking pill this time was a real fourth-grade pill, who knew what kind of accidents could happen. Carrying this kind of apprehension, Lin Yi continued on nervously for another 2 hours. Luckily, although the cauldron kept humming, no other accidents happened. This made Lin Yi tremble with fear, and reluctantly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, accompanied by a final humming sound that was even clearer and clearer than before, this time's pill refinement finally came to an end. At this point, even Lin Yi, who was used to staying calm in the face of danger, was sweating profusely from the shock. The first 2 hours were still all right, everything was under control, but the last 2 hours were really 2F** king torturous. If it was a person with a weak mind, they would definitely be scared out of their wit. After calming himself down and stabilizing his breathing, Lin Yi then stood up and opened the godly pesticide cauldron in front of him. The moment the lid was opened, a thick medicinal fragrance instantly spread throughout the jade pendant space. Lin Yi only had to take a sniff and he immediately felt refreshed and relaxed. Looking at the signs, it should be a success, right? Lin Yi looked into the cauldron expectantly, and after carefully rummaging for a moment, he was suddenly stunned. Turning to look at the display on the tablet, Lin Yi finally understood, F***CK. No wonder it had been behaving so strangely since 2 hours ago. No wonder he almost became mentally ill. So this was the source of all the abnormalities. At this moment, at the entrance of the 14th cave at the foot of the mountain, senior brother Ku Bai was waiting anxiously. If Lin Yi was only worried about the last 2 hours, then senior brother Ku Bai had been nervous for the whole night. After all, whether or not Lin Yi could refine the foundation-breaking pill was directly related to whether or not he could shoulder Lu Bianren's entrustment in the future. When facing Meng Jueguang, a bitter senior brother in the early stage of foundation building and a bitter senior brother in the peak of the early stage of foundation building had completely different meanings. The foundation establishment barrier-breaking pill was senior martial brother's only hope for a breakthrough. If Lin Yi was unable to successfully refine it, then his hope would be reduced to a bubble. Apart from Lin Yi, if he wanted to refine pills, he could only look for the Dan Hall. Even if Lin Yi had given him 30 pieces of spiritual jades last night, in addition to the spiritual jades he had accumulated, it was still far from enough for the 200 spiritual jades required by the Dan Hall. Not to mention that even if 200 spirit jades were gathered, the pill hall's pill masters might not be able to refine it successfully. While waiting anxiously, seeing that the sky was bright, the bitter senior martial brother was pondering whether he should go to the Spirit Jade Hall to ask for a day's leave for Lin Yi, when the door to the number 14 Immortals cave at the foot of the mountain finally opened and Lin Yi walked out. "Hey, senior brother Ku, you didn't stay here all night, did you?" Lin Yi asked in surprise when he saw senior brother Ku Bai waiting at the door. "Hey, I'm just nervous. Anyway, I can't rest when I go back, so I might as well wait here." Senior brother Ku smiled awkwardly, and then said nervously, "How is it? Did you succeed?" It was rare for senior brother Bitter to be so nervous. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, causing the senior brother's heart to instantly constrict when he saw this, and he stammered, You failed? But it's nothing much, it's just a dozen or so spiritual jades." Senior apprentice brother thought about it bitterly. If he failed, he would at most lose some materials. It was really nothing much. Lin Yi didn't say anything. He stretched out his hand, and 2 snow-white pills appeared on his palm. The fragrance of the pills was overwhelming, and their shape was the well-known foundation-breaking pill. Gulp. Senior martial brother Ku Bai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At first, he was in disbelief, but after confirming it, he was overjoyed and said, "You actually succeeded. Junior brother Lin, you're really something. No wonder even senior brother Lu praised you for hiding your strength." To be honest, although he was hoping that Lin Yi would succeed, senior martial brother Ku Bai still felt that Lin Yi might not be able to compare to the elixir refiners from the pill hall. After all, those people were the mainstream of the North, and while Lin Yi was also a refiner, he came from the common world. He wasn't on the same level as these people. If the success rate of these refiners from the North was so low, then the success rate of Lin Yi, a common world refiner, would be even lower. He didn't think that in just one night, Lin Yi would be able to take out 2 foundation-breaking pills at once. It was like a dream. It wasn't that senior martial brother Kubai looked down on the common world of practitioners, but it was the truth in terms of foundation. The common world of practitioners was on a completely different level from Sky-class Island, and elixir refinement was precisely where foundation was needed the most. According to what senior martial brother Kubai knew, in the common world of practitioners, there was only one person who could look down on the local refiners of Sky-class Island, the miracle doctor, Zhongliju. What he didn't know, however, was that the Lin Yi standing in front of him right now was Zhongliju's disciple. Lin Yi grinned and handed the 2 elixirs to Kubai Shixiang. 2 barrier-breaking elixirs. This should be enough to ensure that you can break through the barrier. Unexpectedly, senior martial brother Kubai only took 1 and said gratefully, "1 is enough for me, you can keep the rest for yourself, you'll need to use it sooner or later." Seeing that Lin Yi still wanted to reject, senior martial brother Kubai quickly said, "If it was someone else from the pill hall, if they successfully made 2 pills at once, not only would they have to keep 1, but I'd also have to pay 200 spirit jades in advance. I'm already getting a huge advantage from this. So please don't reject me, junior martial brother Lin, otherwise I won't be able to rest easy." Haha, senior martial brother Kubai, when did I tell you that I only made 2 foundation-breaking pills? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Ha! More than 2? Could it be 3? Senior martial brother Kubai's brain stopped working. He only provided 3 sets of ingredients, and Lin Yi successfully made 3 foundation-breaking pills in one go. Didn't that mean that he had a 100% success rate? Even if Lin Yi said that using waste jades could increase the success rate, wasn't that too much of an exaggeration? If this were to spread, those so-called refiners from the pill hall would be embarrassed to death. At this point, senior martial brother Kubai, who was overjoyed, didn't even realize that the 2 foundation-breaking pills that Lin Yi gave him had rings of pill halo. Even if it was the same type of pill, there was a world of difference between those with pill halo and those without. Chapter 5985. Everyone, please follow the Fishman's official Weibo, account Uran22. Once you've added him, you can chat with the Fishman. If you have any suggestions, you can leave a message, and the Fishman will choose the best ones. Also, the latest updates on the School Bell, as well as the School Bell's manga, movies, and game adaptations, will be updated through Weibo. There will be exclusive manga characters to share. If you have any suggestions for the plot, you can post them on Weibo. There were too many posts on the forum, and although the Fishman would visit regularly, it was inevitable that there would be many suggestions that couldn't be seen. Weibo was still very convenient. Let me tell you a secret. After a period of time, the Fishman might even choose readers with good suggestions, and send them signed book. Chapter 3654, Big Trouble. Translator, Ruzenji Editor, H2DH2 Mr. Before he could finish, Meng Jueguang gave him a tight slap, as he scolded. "You're the pervert. If you want to find a pervert, go find him. Why did you come to my room? You idiot. Do you know what kind of background this guy has? You even want to eat him. You really don't know how to write pervert. Ninth cousin, we can talk it out, don't hit me." Meng Tong was instantly confused, as he was chased around the room by Meng Jueguang, and almost suffered internal injuries. After a brief moment, Meng Jueguang watched as Meng Tong was beaten into a miserable state. Only then did Meng Jueguang's anger subside slightly. Looking at the curly bear cub sprawled on the ground, he unhappily scolded. "It's fortunate that I returned in time. If not, this little thing would have really been raped by you. You and I would have had to F***ck the wilderness, and not one of us would have had a good time. It's not that bad, right? Isn't it just a curly bear cub?" Meng Tong looked at Meng Jueguang with a bitter expression. "Just a curly bear cub?" Meng Jueguang was instantly enraged, as he snarled. "I'll be dragged down by a fool like you sooner or later. Do you know who its owner is? Its owner is called Lan Marry Lan Who is that?" Meng Tong was still confused. Meng Jueguang looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He sighed with lingering fear and said, "You don't know about Lan virginity, but you should know about her virginity. Soaring Sky Pavilion Master, Please go to the heavens. Meng Tong was scared out of his wits. Unlike ordinary newbies like Lin Yi, Meng Tong was close to Meng Jueguang, so he often heard the names of these upper-class people mentioned by Meng Jueguang. The master of Shong Guitian Pavilion was one of the top 3 big shots in the whole North Island. This thing turns out to be the spirituality pet of the granddaughter of Shong Guitian Pavilion. After figuring this out, Meng Tong immediately felt that his life was bleak. His life was about to come to an end. He even wanted to eat the spirituality pet of the granddaughter of Shong Guitian Pavilion master. Even if he wanted to find a lover, he shouldn't do it like this. What do you think? You idiot, why don't you use your brain? If this thing didn't have such a background, if the guards didn't turn a blind eye to it, how could it sneak into Lingyu Hall with its little strength? Do you think everyone is like you? Meng Jueguang rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that this fellow was his relative, Meng Jueguang would have already arrested Meng Tong. If this matter was made known to Lan who was the beloved daughter of the Soaring Sky Pavilion's pavilion lord, then he wouldn't know what to do. Then what do we do now? Meng Tong's face was pale as he stammered. Luckily this thing hasn't been nailed by you. Didn't you say that it fainted on its own? Then it shouldn't be injured. Let's just throw it out and pretend nothing happened. Meng Jueguang took a deep breath. In the end, Meng Tong buried his head even lower and said weakly, it wasn't injured at first, but it woke up halfway and wanted to escape. Then I kicked it. F***ck. Meng Jueguang was speechless. After checking the little guy's weak breath, he even had the thought of killing Meng Tong. What kind of a rented teammate is this? Meng Jueguang unconsciously pressed on the chest of the curly bear cub. As a result, the little guy started to foam at the mouth. Meng Jueguang was shocked and became even angrier. Are you F***king sick? To deal with such a small thing, is there a need to use such a strong hand? This can't be blamed on me. I didn't use much strength. It was just a light kick. Who knew that a spirit beast would be so weak? Meng Tong scratched his head innocently. Actually, his kick was quite heavy. He was afraid that this little thing would continue to make a noise and attract people outside. That would be troublesome. In the end, with this kick, it was even more troublesome now. Looking at the clear footprint on the curly bear cub's chest, even Meng Tong couldn't help but panic. He rolled his eyes and said hurriedly, why don't we throw it out? No one will know that I kicked it anyway. You're a fool. Do you think that everyone else is a fool like you? When Meng Jueguang heard that, he scolded him to his face and said with disdain, after people find this footprint, won't they find someone to compare it with? Let me tell you, with the personality of the young miss, even if she turns the entire Spirit Jade Hall upside down, she will definitely find the culprit who harmed her spirit pet. When that time comes, just wait for her to be punished. Then what should we do? Meng Tong was so frightened by these words that he wanted to cry but had no tears. He said helplessly, why don't we secretly throw it out? There shouldn't be anyone who can find it in the wilderness, right? Originally, it would have been a more reliable solution to directly F***ck this little thing and eat it. After all, even if people wanted to investigate, they might not be able to find out that it was Meng Tong. But now that he knew the terrifying background of this little thing, how would Meng Tong dare to have such rebellious thoughts? Not to mention eating it, even looking at it now made him shudder with fear. At this moment, the only thing he wanted to F***ck was to throw it as far as possible. It would be best if he threw it 108,000 miles away, and never to see it again in this lifetime. Meng Jueguang looked at him with a hopeless expression. Throw it in the wilderness? Do you think you can escape like that? The young miss of the old miss can mobilize hundreds and thousands of experts with just a word. Even searching the entire northern island of Heaven Stage Island is a piece of cake. Moreover, how do you know that she doesn't have any special methods to find spirit pets? Then what should we do? The footprint on its chest won't disappear for a while. We don't have any methods to shift the blame to others, right? Ninth cousin brother, you can't just leave it at the sight of it. Meng Tong said with a sullen face. He was really scared this time. If he could escape this calamity, it would probably leave a shadow in his heart for the rest of his life, and he would never dare to eat spirit beasts again. Shift the blame to others? Meng Jueguang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He slapped his thigh and said, "That's a good idea. Can this work?" Meng Tong half believed and half doubted. "Ninth cousin brother, the shoes on my feet were issued by the welcoming newcomer pavilion. They can casually compare the shoe print and know that it was made by a newcomer from the welcoming newcomer pavilion. When the time comes, they can call all the newcomers to compare it. Won't we still be unable to escape? Saying you're an idiot isn't an insult at all." Meng Jueguang unhappily gave Meng Tong a slap on the head and analyzed, "Even if the young miss of the old miss knows that it was made by a newcomer from the welcoming newcomer pavilion through the shoe print, there are so many newcomers. It's not like there aren't people with similar shoe size to you. As long as we create a preconceived false impression, when the time comes, who will suspect you? What a fool." To be continued. If you like this work, I welcome you to come to Starting Point and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please go to M to read. Chapter 5986. Everyone, please follow the Fishman's public Weibo account Uran22. After everyone has added him, you can chat with the Fishman. If you have any suggestions, you can leave a message for the Fishman, and the Fishman will choose and adopt them. In addition, regarding the latest updates of the School Bell, as well as the School Bell's manga, movie, and game adaptations, we will inform everyone first through Weibo. There will be exclusive manga character images to share. If everyone has any suggestions for the plot, you can bring them up on Weibo. There were too many random posts on the forum, and although the Fishman would come to browse through them regularly, it was inevitable that there would be many suggestions that couldn't be seen. Weibo was still very convenient. Let me tell everyone a secret. After a period of time, the Fishman might even choose readers with good suggestions, and send them signed book. Chapter 3657. What did you say? All the girls around her were fawning over her, and all the boys were chasing after her, making it impossible for her to have any especially good friends. Therefore, this curly bear had become the only person she could talk to when she was lonely. She was completely unable to imagine what kind of state and mood she would be in after losing this little fellow in her life. Left without a choice, Shanghai Lena was even prepared to call the Spirit Jade Hall master over, and mobilize everyone to turn the entire Spirit Jade Hall upside down, just to find this little fellow. Right at this moment, Meng Jueguang, who had long been looking for an opportunity at the side, came up behind her in a timely manner. "Eldest Miss Shangguan, this humble one is the steward of Welcome Pavilion, Meng Jueguang. During the day, I saw a little curly bear here, but at that time, I didn't dare to confirm that it was your spiritual pet, so I didn't pay much attention to it," Meng Jueguang reported submissively. "What? You've seen Xiaobai?" Only now did Shangguan Lena notice Meng Jueguang, and hurriedly asked, "Where did you see it? Where did it go?" Meng Jueguang pretended to recall for a while, before saying, "At that time, it seemed like it wanted to sneak into the mining area, but before it entered the main entrance, it was discovered by a new disciple. That new disciple didn't say anything and directly kicked it, kicking it half to death before putting it into a bag and taking it away, saying that he wanted to bring it back to the cave abode to roast and eat or something. Roast and eat?" When Shanghai Lena heard this, she was so scared that she almost fainted. It took her a while to catch her breath. She gritted her teeth and said, "What's the name of the new disciple? Why didn't you stop him?" "Don't be angry, Miss Shangguan. That new disciple is called Lin Yi. He's a new rogue cultivator from the secular cultivation world. He doesn't have much quality and has always been arrogant and unruly. I couldn't persuade him no matter how hard I tried, but I couldn't do anything to him because of the sect rules, so I could only let him go." Meng Jueguang pretended to be indignant and said, "If I had known that it was Mrs. Pet, I would have saved the little curly bear even if I would have been punished by the sect. Lin Yi. Where is he now? Hurry up and bring me there. If Little White loses even half a strand of its hair, this lady will fight him to the death." Shangguan Lena changed from her usual pure and innocent image of a young girl and fiercely bared her teeth. "Okay, I'll lead the way." For Miss Meng Jueguang couldn't help laughing in his heart. A little girl was a little girl. She was immediately fooled by a little provocation. Meng Jueguang led Shanghai Lena straight to Lin Yi's cave residence. Meng Tong, who had been squatting at the door and staring at Lin Yi, saw the two of them and hurriedly greeted them. "Miss, this is the new disciple Meng Tong. He also witnessed what happened during the day. I asked him to come back in advance to keep an eye on Linyi because I was afraid that Linyi would really roast the little curly bear and eat it. After all, the quality of the rogue cultivators in the secular cultivation world can't be guaranteed." Meng Jueguang introduced Meng Tong and pretended to sigh. Shanghai Lena was not in the mood to listen to his sigh. She hurriedly asked Meng Tong, "Is Linyi in the cave residence? How's my little white? Is he injured?" Meng Tong glanced at Meng Jueguang and said, replying to Miss, "Linyi has been staying in the cave residence since he came back. As for what happened inside, I can't guarantee. Maybe he has already started eating." "Ah?" Shanghai Lena was frightened by his words. She hurriedly pointed at Meng Jueguang and said, "Then what are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and break the door for me." "Yes." After Meng Jueguang received the order, he raised his hand and directly broke the forbidden spell of Linyi's cave residence. With his strength at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment, this kind of thing was naturally easy. Little White. Little White." Shanghai Lena hurriedly rushed in. Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong looked at each other with a smile as if they had succeeded in their conspiracy, and followed them in. Things had developed to this point. In their opinion, Linyi was already dead this time. What a big sin it was to kill Shanghai Lena's spirit pet. Not to mention this welcome pavilion, even in the whole Heaven Stage Island's North Island, he could not have a foothold at all. Maybe they would tie him up and directly hand him over to the Spirit Beast clan of the South Island, making him pay with his life. However, when they saw the scene inside the cave residence, both Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong were instantly shocked. Woo woo. Woo woo. That little curly bear, who was supposed to be on the verge of death, was hanging on Linyi's body, alive and kicking. It didn't look like it was injured at all, and it looked like it was having fun with Linyi. What was going on? "Little White, are you okay?" Shanghai Lena, who had been so scared by Meng Jueguang that she did not dare to open her eyes, finally reacted at this time. The joy on the girl's face could not be concealed, and her hanging heart suddenly fell to the ground. Woo woo. Seeing Shanghai Lena, the small coiled bear immediately jumped down from Linyi's body and climbed onto Shanghai Lena's back with its short legs. It was so agile that it was not injured at all. Behind them, Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong could not help but look at each other, and Meng Tong even exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell? How could it be? It looked like it was seriously injured and was about to die, and I didn't know what I did." Gah! Meng Jueguang hurriedly covered his mouth, and Shanghai Lena turned her head and looked at him suspiciously. "What did you say?" "Ooh." Meng Tong really wanted to cut off his tongue at this time. What kind of broken mouth is this? Can this kind of thing be leaked out casually? This is going to kill someone. Fortunately, Meng Jueguang was quick-witted. Seeing that the situation was not good, he hurriedly responded, "Yes. We saw the situation with our own eyes at that time. How can we not know? Is that so?" Shangguan Lan looked at the two of them suspiciously, but she didn't take it to heart. At this moment, the most important thing for her was that the little curly bear was fine. Phew. Meng Jueguang breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Meng Tong fiercely. Fortunately, this lady was easy to fool. Otherwise, if the matter was really exposed, even he would be unlucky. As for Meng Tong, he was almost paralyzed on the ground at this time. He covered his mouth tightly and did not dare to make a sound. Shanghai Lena was worried as she picked up the small coiled bear and checked it up and down. Although the little guy was alive and kicking, the big footprint on its chest was still very clear. Thinking of what Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong said before, Shanghai Lena could not help but stare at Linyi angrily and said, "Hey, did you kick Xiao Bai's chest?" "No, when I saw it, there was already this footprint on its body." Linyi shook his head and denied. Chapter 5987. Everyone, please follow Murloc's official Weibo, account Uran22. Once you've added him, you can chat with Murloc. If you have any suggestions, just leave a message and Murloc will choose the best ones. Also, the latest news about the School Beauty, as well as the School Beauty's manga, movies, and game adaptations, will be sent to everyone through Weibo. There will be exclusive manga characters to share. If you have any suggestions for the story, you can post them on Weibo. There were too many random posts on the forum, and while Murloc would check them out regularly, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of suggestions that couldn't be seen. Weibo was still very convenient. Let me tell you a secret, after a while, Murloc might even choose readers with good suggestions and send them signed book. Chapter 3685, Must Be Broken. Kang Mingming's strength wasn't that great, but Lin Yi wasn't surprised that he was able to get such a high ranking in a tournament like this. After all, Kang Mingming was a refiner, and he was more sensitive to wood elemental herbs than others. With Xu Lingchong's help, it would be hard for him not to get first place. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lin Yi, but Lin Yi was glad that Pinliang was able to get into the top 3. After Blaster Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion were done, it was finally Blue Cloud Pavilion's turn. However, 4 to 5 people reported their scores, and all of them hovered around 200 to 300 points, completely incomparable to the scores of the newcomers from the other 2 pavilions. The 3 elders' satisfied expressions immediately fell. The Soaring Sky Pavilion and Profound Secrets Pavilion's new disciples burst out laughing without restraint, whereas the bald elder sitting in the middle seat frowned slightly, saying, "Have all the new disciples of Clear Cloud Pavilion fallen to this state? Truly, rotten wood cannot be carved. Looks like we should make a suggestion to the Elder Council. In the future, Clear Cloud Pavilion no longer needs to recruit new disciples, it's purely a waste of resources." The 2 elders on the side also nodded slightly. No matter what, 4 or 5 people in a row only had 200 or 300 points. This kind of result was really terrible. Based on this trend, it was almost certain that they could break the average score record. It was just that other people were trying to break the upper limit, while this group of trash newcomers from Blue Cloud Pavilion was trying to break the lower limit. Although the scores of the people after him were slightly better, they only hovered around 300 to 400 points. They were still incomparable to the scores of the Soaring Sky Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion's newcomers. It was only when Meng Jueguang reported Meng Tong's points that everyone present was suddenly shocked. Meng Tong, 1,600 points. 1,600 points. What did that mean? It had to be known that even the highest score of the newcomers from the first 2 pavilions was only slightly over 1,200 points. This score was a huge difference. The other 2 pavilions' newcomers were immediately in an uproar. Even the 3 elders sitting at the top were slightly stunned. Moments later, the bald elder nodded and said, "This newcomer is not bad. He's very competitive. He should have snatched quite a number of points from the other newcomers. It can be considered as a fig leaf for Blue Cloud Pavilion." Hearing the bald elder's praise, Meng Tong could not help but proudly raise his chin at Lin Yi, who was at the back of the line. His provocation was obvious. Lin Yi curled his lips with a faint smile, but he did not comment. And after Meng Tong's stunning performance, the other newcomers once again returned to the 300 to 400 point standard. Besides being ridiculed, it also served as a foil to Meng Tong's rarity. Just as the bald elder had said, this newcomer was very competitive. Among the group of trash rookies from Blue Cloud Pavilion, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Xiao Ran, 1,023 points. After seeing Xiao Ran's points, senior brother Ku was clearly overjoyed. This result was much better than what he expected, where they would all be wiped out. As for Meng Jueguang, he was somewhat stunned. After he reacted, he immediately glared at Meng Tong in dissatisfaction. It had to be known that he had spent quite a bit of effort in order to silence Lin Yi and company in the trial. Not only did he prepare a wood elemental sensor for Meng Tong to ensure his first place, he had also specially mobilized the rookies, so that they would listen to Meng Tong's instructions in the trial. Logically speaking, with Meng Tong leading so many people to deal with Lin Yi and company, as long as there were no major problems, it should have been a simple matter to silence Lin Yi and company. But now, before the most crucial Lin Yi's turn, Xiao Ran's side had already burst out with more than 1,000 points, reserving a spot in the top 3 in advance. He can't even handle such a small matter. What a piece of trash. Meng Jueguang turned his head and scolded softly. "Ninth cousin, you really can't blame me for this. There's really a reason for this. I'll explain it to you in detail later." Meng Tong scratched his head awkwardly as he defended himself. There's a reason for this. I want to hear what kind of excuse you are using, kid. Meng Jueguang did not believe that with such a huge difference in strength, there was any reason that could explain his failure. However, it was not convenient for him to speak in this situation, so he could only let Meng Tong off for the time being. Afterward, he would settle the score with this fellow who could not do anything but spoil things. Xiao Hongcai, 500 points. Meng Jueguang's face turned even uglier. Although 500 points was not considered high, with so many new disciples in the Clear Cloud Pavilion, the average score was around 300 to 400 points. It was considered a rare high score. He no longer held any hope of silencing Lin Yi and company. The only thing he was thankful for was that he had prepared a wood elemental sensor for Meng Tong. At least, he would not lose his first place. After all, a high score of 1,600 points was impossible for ordinary rookies to achieve unless they plunder from other rookies or simply cheat. However, when it was finally Lin Yi's turn, Meng Jueguang was dumbfounded when he saw the number displayed on the basket. He could not react for a long time. Oh, Jueguang, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and report it. Hu Yunfeng glared at Meng Jueguang in dissatisfaction. Lin Yi was already the last one. Everyone, including the three elders, was waiting. Oh, okay. Meng Jueguang snapped out of his daze and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he realized that it was still the same number, he reported in disbelief, Lin Yi, 1,800 points, 1,800 point. The audience instantly went crazy. Meng Tong's 1,600 points had already shocked them. They never expected that there would be an even more impressive result. Holy **T. How is that possible? Meng Tong, who was confident in his victory, was immediately dumbfounded. He was already prepared to celebrate first place. The idiot Lin Yi had clearly given Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai a total of 1,000 points. How could he still have 1,800 points? Ninth cousin must have seen wrongly. It should have been 800 points. However, when he rushed over to take a look, it clearly showed that it was 1,800 point. This basket must be spoiled, right? Meng Tong stammered as he said to the similarly incredulous Meng Jueguang. The 1,000 points that Lin Yi had snatched had all been given to Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai. That also meant that his remaining points had been gathered by him personally. After all, Lin Yi was not like Meng Tong, who had a cheating device like the wood elemental sensor. How could he gather a terrifying number like 1,800 points by himself? There was only one possible explanation. It had to be that the basket was spoiled. Chapter 5988. All right. You're a man, but when the time comes, this stupid pig will be beaten to death. You're asking for it. Meng Tong laughed coldly as if his scheme had succeeded. Among all the Clear Cloud Pavilion's new disciples, the last one to arrive was Murong Zhen. None of the new disciples were dissatisfied with this arrangement. After all, women always had their own privileges at times like this. Not to mention, Murong Zhen was an alluring and powerful beauty. When they saw the spiritual pet fluttering beside Murong Zhen, everyone's eyes lit up. Even as men, they could not help but sigh at the sight of it. What a dazzling and dreamy butterfly! When it spread its wings, the size of this butterfly could be said to be astonishingly large. Its body was 3 m long and its wings had a wingspan of 15 m. Its dazzling wings were dotted with specks of sparkling and translucent blue light. At first glance, it was like a magnificent screen that would enchant one's heart. Butterfly Empress, show them how charming you are. Murongzhen ordered with a proud smile. As soon as she finished speaking, the giant butterfly, which she called the Butterfly Queen, flew into the air. With a slight flap of its wings, blue light scattered down. It was dreamy, like a fairy. Be careful, there's something wrong with these scale pollen. Lin Yi reminded her softly. Then, he brought Xiao Ran and the rest out of the range of the blue light. However, the other newcomers were not as vigilant as him. They were still immersed in the beauty of the Butterfly Queen, unable to extricate themselves. After a while, Meng Jueguang, who was the strongest among them, finally realized that something was wrong. He suddenly realized that his limbs were not listening to him. During the month that the newcomers were busy subduing the spiritual pets, he had successfully broken through and was now an expert in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. His level was far above everyone else's. As for Murongzhen's butterfly queen, although it looked dazzling and dreamy, its strength was only in the middle stage of the heaven stage. With the disparity between them, logically speaking, it should not affect Meng Jueguang at all. However, at this moment, Meng Jueguang's limbs were indeed numb. Even if he could barely move, it was extremely strenuous and slow. As for the other rookies who were much weaker, they could not move at all. Seeing everyone struggle in vain, yet unable to move, Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongcai, and the rest looked at each other. They looked at Murongzhen and the butterfly queen with fear. This fella was not to be underestimated. Murongzhen, what are you trying to do? Meng Jueguang felt that he had lost face after being tricked along with the rookies under the watchful eyes of everyone. He immediately berated with a sullen expression. Murongzhen covered her mouth and giggled after admiring the horrified expressions on the newcomers' faces. Senior brother Meng, don't worry. This is just a little joke that I'm playing with everyone. The paralysis effect will disappear automatically within 2 hours, and there won't be any side effects. Don't worry, everyone. Hearing that, the newcomers heaved a sigh of relief. However, Meng Tong said anxiously, then what do we do for 2 hours? We can't move at all. Why are we having a spiritual pet battle? He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He was hoping that the Black Rod Ape would go on a rampage and help him raise his morale. In the end, he was paralyzed to the point that he could not even move. What was there to be proud of? Since it's a spiritual pet battle, it's not like you're the one fighting. Does it matter if you can move or not? Murongzhen looked at him mockingly. She pointed at the surroundings and said, didn't you see that your spiritual pets have already escaped? They are not affected, so why can't you have a spiritual pet battle? Ah! Meng Tong was stunned and he was speechless. Regardless of the spiritual pet's abilities, they had long sensed that something was wrong. Just like Lin Yi and company, they quickly retreated to the side. Only their masters were left standing there in a daze. Now that they had been affected, who else could they blame but themselves for being stupid? If someone else were to tease him like that, Meng Jueguang might have taught them a good lesson. It was a way to establish his authority when he was promoted to the position of third pavilion master. However, the other party was Murongzhen. She was a capable helper that he would have to rely on in the future. Furthermore, he was her guest, so he could only turn a blind eye and pretend to be magnanimous and tolerant. Since Meng Jueguang did not say a word, the other newcomers naturally did not dare to say anything. Although Meng Tong did not have much of a brain, other than drooling over Murongzhen, he was actually quite afraid of her. Hence, even when the referee arrived, everyone still looked as though they were paralyzed and unable to move. The spiritual pet battle had begun in such a strange atmosphere. As mentioned before, the final points of this spiritual beast assessment were composed of 2 parts. One was the spiritual beast's level, and the other was the spiritual beast's strength. The spiritual beast's level was clear at a glance, and the points could be calculated directly. As for the spiritual beast's strength, it would be won through a single round of elimination battles. It was entirely dependent on the spiritual pet's own performance. Although such a rule setting seemed fair and reasonable at first glance, strictly speaking, there were still some drawbacks and shortcomings. After all, not all spiritual pets were combat-type spiritual pets. For example, a spiritual pet like Lin Yi's Sky Thunder Pig was purely trash in terms of combat power. However, its unique treasure hunting characteristic determined its value to be far beyond that of ordinary combat-type spiritual pets. Just like Li Zhengming's Ghost Tiger, it was an existence with strategic value. Such a strategic spiritual pet, according to the rules of the spiritual pet battle, was almost impossible to obtain high points. This was actually a very unfair thing. However, since the higher-ups had already given such rules, even if it was not fair, there was not much to criticize. Even if one was dissatisfied, one could only hold it in. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. So what if one was a strategic spiritual pet? If one's fist was not as hard as the other person's, Then one deserved to be unlucky and cry in one's own grave. Under the supervision of the referee, the newcomers went forward to draw lots to determine their opponents. Apart from Lin Yi and a few others, the others walked like zombies. Fortunately, they could still move, so they did not embarrass themselves. A1. Lin Yi looked at the number on the wooden lot and searched among the crowd. Finally, he locked onto a newcomer and his lips curled into a smile. At the same time, the newcomer looked at Lin Yi's side and held the A2 tag in his hand. This newcomer was the publicly recognized weakest, Cha Wu. Chapter 5990. 1 second to remember, for you to provide high speed. In such a short period of time, they were actually able to deduce and create a martial technique out of thin air. Although it was only a single move, it was a martial technique that was tailor-made for the two of them. Not to mention creating it, ordinary people would not even dare to think about it. However, not only was Lin Yi able to create it out of thin air, this frenzied 8 trigrams combined palm strike did not have the slightest trace of being pieced together at the last minute. Instead, it had a profound foundation. The exquisiteness of it was not inferior to some traditional martial skills that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Huang Xiaodao wouldn't have believed that Lin Yi had created this martial technique in such a short amount of time. Not only could he increase the strength of others, but he could also refine a golden core. Now, he could even create a martial technique. She admired and worshipped Lin Yi even more. At this moment, Huang Xiaodao was truly dumbfounded. There was actually such a powerful person in this world. Even the legendary miracle doctor Zhong Liju couldn't compare to him, right? In fact, she might not even be as good as Lin Yi. After all, the legend of Master Zhong had only been passed down by word of mouth. As for Lin Yi's miracles, she had seen it with her own eyes. For the rest of the time, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao stayed in the cave and practiced the newly created Frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike in seclusion. Although it was a new creation, it was very easy for Lin Yi to master it. Huang Xiaodao was getting better and better at it, and her cooperation with Lin Yi was also getting better and better. When Lin Yi felt that it was almost ready, the two of them tried to launch a move together. Its power was actually comparable to the peak of Gold Core Realm. If it weren't for Lin Yi's deliberate control, the power of this move would even be enough to pierce through the restriction and walls of his cultivation abode. Huang Xiaodao herself was stunned, while Lin Yi nodded his head in satisfaction. He certainly had confidence in the martial arts technique he had created, but in the beginning, he only aimed for the power of the late Gold Core Realm. He did not expect that he had underestimated the power of this joint attack. A frenzied fire 8 trigrams palm strike. The power was equivalent to the full blow of a master at the peak of the late stage of the Gold Core Realm, and the two of them were only at the early stage of the Gold Core Realm. Such a martial arts technique was simply heaven-defying. If the two of them could increase their strength a little more, they would truly be invincible in the Golden Core stage. If they went out in the future with Huang Xiaodao, they could directly launch a joint attack on anyone they didn't like. Any Golden Core stage expert would be crippled even if they didn't die. Soaring Sky Pavilion. After returning from Lin Yi's cave abode, Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong were not reconciled at all. They did not intend to let Lin Yi off so easily. It was inappropriate for them to continue staying there, so they specifically instructed Murong Zhen to keep an eye on Lin Yi's Immortal's cave. Once she saw Lin Yi or Shangguan Lena coming out, she should immediately report to them. However, the two of them did not expect that they did not have to wait for Murong Zhen's news at all. As soon as they returned to the Soaring Sky Pavilion's territory, they saw Shanghai Lena. The two of them were stunned on the spot and scratched their heads at the same time. What the hell was going on? Why was the woman on Lin Yi's bed not Shangguan Lena? There were only a few female cultivators in the 3 pavilions. Apart from Shanghai Lena, who else would hook up with Lin Yi? When Shanghai Lena saw the two of them, she turned her head in disgust. She pretended not to see them and was about to walk past them. At this time, Xu Lingchong suddenly grinned. He took the initiative to walk up to her. Junior sister Lan I haven't seen you for a long time. How have you been recently? Xu Lingchong greeted her with a smile. It's nothing. Senior brother Xu, why are you looking for me? Shanghai Lena's eyelids suddenly twitched. This guy had not bothered her for a long time. Why did he stick to her like a piece of sticky candy today? He was so annoying. As Shanghai Lena spoke, the little curly bear next to her dragged the big scissors from before and swaggered in the direction of Shu Lingchong, cutting wildly. Those who were a little timid would probably be frightened by this little guy. Especially Shu Lingchong. Last time, it was this giant scissors that cut off his family jewels. Now, this scene was simply like sprinkling salt on his wounds. That was not enough. He had to add a little cumin. Even Shangguan Lan was startled by this scene. She didn't expect that the little fellow would dare to provoke her. She quickly stepped forward and shielded it behind her. If Shu Lingchong became angry out of humiliation and wanted to kill the little curly bear, she wouldn't be able to stop him with her strength. However, to the great surprise of Shanghai Lena, Shu Lingchong was not angry. Instead, he smiled indifferently, as if he did not take it to heart at all. If there is something, then there is really something. I think it is necessary to let junior sister Lan know. You should be mentally prepared first. Shu Lingchong pretended to be mysterious. Oh, what's the matter? Shanghai Lena frowned and looked at him. She thought to herself, this annoying guy, what tricks does he want to play? I just returned from Lin Yi's abode, and I found a woman on his bed. She had even taken off her clothes. Sigh. Shu Lingchong pretended to be regretful as he shook his head. But junior sister Lan don't be anxious. Some men like to fool around as long as they have a bit of strength. It's human nature. Lin Yi is a man as well, and he has needs in this aspect as well. The reason why Shu Lingchong deliberately told Shanghai Lena about this matter was none other than to create trouble for Lin Yi. Since the woman in his abode wasn't Shanghai Lena, then he would use this matter to sow discord and let Shanghai Lena cause trouble herself. At that time, Lin Yi would surely be unable to take care of himself, and even if he participated in the inner court competition, his condition would surely be greatly reduced. Truthfully speaking, although Shu Lingchong was an intermediate stage Golden Core Realm expert now, and he was proud of his success and had made a strong return, but at least he had learned his lesson, and he didn't dare look down on Lin Yi. Now that he was dual cultivating with Meng Tong, he would surely be invincible in a dual fight, and there was no doubt about this. However, if it was a one-on-one fight with Lin Yi, even though he still had the certainty of winning, he still had to be careful. After all, no matter what, Lin Yi had instantly killed Su Zhaohe, who was an intermediate stage Golden Core Realm expert, with a single move. Su Zhaohe wasn't a simple figure, and if they were at the same level, Shu Lingchong admitted that he might not be able to win for sure. Thus, it could be seen that Lin Yi was similarly extraordinary, and he had to be on guard. So, with this opportunity to disgust Lin Yi, Shu Lingchong naturally wanted to make use of it. If he was able to make Shanghai Lena fall out with him directly, or even turn them into enemies, then it couldn't be any better. Even if he couldn't do that, he could at least distract Lin Yi, so why not? Really? That's great. Shanghai Lena's reaction greatly exceeded his expectations, and not only did she not have the slightest intention of getting angry, she was instead extremely happy. To be continued. Chapter 5991. Of course, the reason why Shanghai Tianhua dared to say something like that to Wait wasn't purely because he believed in Lin Yi's strength. Even if Lin Yi really didn't have the slightest ability to resist, with his strength, wanting to save Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao was merely a matter of a thought, and there wouldn't be any mishaps. However, in the next moment, Shanghai Tianhua was suddenly slightly shocked, as the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Bang! Under the ninth heaven Poison Dragon Whip's shadow that covered the sky and covered the earth, two balls of crimson-red flames suddenly erupted, and the ninth heaven Poison Dragon Whip that Shu Lingchong was so proud of was actually broken on the spot. Its power was so shocking that it was simply shocking. Amidst the exclamations of surprise, the crowd of Golden Core stage experts below the stage finally recognized these two balls of crimson-red flames clearly. Shockingly, they were actually two fire palm shadows, one small and one large, and in the middle, there was a vague shape of the 8 trigrams. They split into two directions and whizzed out respectively, the small one striking towards Meng Tong, and the large one going straight for Shu Lingchong. At this moment, Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong were still immersed in a state of disbelief and astonishment. Before the two of them could react, they heard two bangs accompanied by the muffled sounds of bones breaking. After that, they were like two kites with their strings cut as they were directly thrown off the ring, and they didn't even have the slightest room to retaliate. The Frenzy 8 trigram's palm strike that was created at the last minute actually had such a formidable might. The sound of gasping instantly resounded throughout the audience, and everyone looked at each other in dismay, unable to say a word for a long time. Compared to sending the two of them flying with a single move, what was even more shocking was the injuries on their bodies. Meng Tong's situation was still alright, because the main attacker was Huang Xiaodao. Although it was the same Frenzy 8 trigram's palm strike that came from the same source, its might was obviously much weaker, so although Meng Tong was in a sorry state, his injuries weren't considered to be too heavy. The one who was truly miserable was Xu Lingchong. The Frenzy 8 trigram's palm strike that struck his body came from Lin Yi, and in terms of might, it was at least at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, it was struck right in the chest, and this young Master Xu, who was insufferably arrogant after his powerful return, directly fell to the ground at this moment with bulging eyes, and his breathing was more than it was exhaling. Obviously, he wasn't going to make it. Charred. Meng Tong instantly roared in grief and indignation when he saw this, and he couldn't care about his own injuries as he frantically rushed to the side of Xu Lingchong, who was on the verge of death. At the same time, a figure suddenly followed closely. It was the person in charge of the inner court competition, Xu Yuanjing. After Xu Yuanjing checked Xu Lingchong's condition, he anxiously instructed, he's still on his last breath. Bring him for treatment. As anxious as he was the host of the inner disciple competition. No matter what, he could not be absent from the competition. Thus, he could only allow Meng Tong to bring him away for the time being. Meng Tong hurriedly nodded. He couldn't be bothered to look at Lin Yi on the stage anymore. Enduring the pain, he picked up Xu Lingchong, who was on the ground, and walked out. The three great pavilions had specialized infirmaries where doctors gathered. Moreover, no matter who it was, they would try their best to save Xu Lingchong on account of Xu Yuanjing. Although Xu Lingchong's condition was very weak at the moment, he might still have a chance of survival. However, just as he carried Xu Lingchong out of the north arena and reached a secluded area, the mysterious man in black suddenly appeared in front of him. After a gust of wind blew, the mysterious man in black, together with Meng Tong and Xu Lingchong, disappeared without a trace. At this moment, on the arena, after being stunned for a long time, the referee finally announced the victory of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao. Everyone below the arena looked at Lin Yi with a completely different gaze than before. This Lin Yi is really King amazing. Someone's mouth twitched as he discussed. Nonsense, what kind of eyesight do you have? You only noticed now? I already knew that this human king is amazing. Previously, in the single battle finals, he deliberately admitted defeat. I could tell at a glance. That's right, I reckon that he simply disdains fighting Xu Lingchong one-on-one and is preparing to save it for the double battle. It's just nice to settle it at the same time and save time. That seems to be the case. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't the two of you say that before? Didn't you say that Lin Yi can't possibly be Xu Lingchong's opponent? Why did it change now? Grandpa, look at junior brother and senior sister Xiaodao, aren't they amazing? Their combined palm strike is an ultimate move that I practiced with them a few days ago. The worry on Shanghai Lena's face had long disappeared completely. While she was happy for Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, she praised Shanghai Tianhua. Hey, little Lan you just went over to watch them practice, right? Shanghai Tianhua teased with a smile. That's still at the same time. There's also my contribution. Shanghai Lena cutely stuck out her tongue. Shanghai Tianhua immediately burst into laughter and lightly patted Shanghai Lena's head. The gaze that he looked at Lin Yi in the distance was obviously a little more appreciative than before. Honestly speaking, even he didn't expect that Lin Yi's counterattack would actually come so swiftly and intensely. He obviously only had the strength of an early-stage gold core cultivator, but he was actually able to kill the insufferably arrogant Xu Lingchong with a single move. This kind of performance was really shocking. If it was said that Xu Lingchong was just an ordinary middle-stage gold core expert, then it would still be fine. The problem was that he was also an expert of the gold core stage who had a perfect breakthrough. Both of them were experts of the perfect gold core stage. This sudden counterattack of Lin Yi really made everyone understand one thing with his actual action. Even among geniuses, there were different levels. Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong were originally the pair with the highest chance of winning the double battle. In the end, they were killed by Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao with a single move. The double battle after that simply became the stage for the two of them. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, from the beginning to the end, they were killed with a single move. There was no change to speak of. From the beginning to the end, it was the frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike. By the final stage, everyone present could even figure out the moves of the two of them. However, even so, it didn't change the situation at all. It was just the frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike. Even if they could see the moves clearly, so what? From the beginning to the end, it was still the same. This was the absolute difference in strength. Along the way, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao gave everyone a good demonstration of what it meant to be an enemy of the gold core stage. There were a few opponents who, when faced with such a tyrannical pair, did not even have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. As soon as they came up, they hurriedly opened their mouths to admit defeat. In any case, the enemies of the Lin Yi pair were obvious to all. Even if they admitted defeat, it wouldn't be shameful. Moreover, they could also avoid getting injured, so there was no need to stubbornly persist. It was worth mentioning that this included the pair of Yu Zhe and Nan Tianba. Even in their dreams, the two of them wanted to step on Lin Yi. However, the situation was stronger than they were. Even Xu Lingchong had been beaten to death. If they still didn't have eyes and came up, wouldn't that be courting death? Chapter 5992. Show_read. However, at this moment, looking at the people on the high platform, feeling their undisguised majestic aura, Lin Yi actually felt the same feeling as when he was in the back mountain hall. Among the more than 30 people on the stage, the masters of the Yuanying stage were only the lowest level of existence. Among them, there were many masters of the profound ascending stage who were above the Yuanying stage. These people came from the same academy. The East Continent was known as the strongest existence on the Heaven Stage Island, and it really lived up to its reputation. There were really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lin Yi had been on the Heaven Stage Island for more than a year, and he had seen a lot of supermasters, but compared with the masters of the profound ascending stage on the stage, there was still a considerable gap. Among the people he knew and came into contact with, there were only 2.5 people who could really compare with them, or could steadily suppress the other side. One of them was the Will of Heaven. Although his strength was only at the peak of the Yuanying stage, he was like himself, a freak who could easily kill those who were at a higher level. Not long after he recovered from his injury, he easily defeated the Southern Sky Aurora in the early stage of the profound ascending stage. He could not be judged by common sense. Even among the masters of the profound ascending stage, he should be quite a powerful existence. The other one was the master of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, Shanghai Tianhua, the top boss of the 3 pavilions in the North Island. Although Lin Yi had never seen him fight, or even seen him show his aura, his intuition told Lin Yi that with the strength of Shanghai Tianhua, even if he was placed on the high platform, he should be one of the best. As for the remaining half, it was the ghostly thing that was now lodged in the space of the jade pendant. Lin Yi had never seen the strength of this guy, but the other party was also the top elder of the Spirit Beast clan. He was also regarded as the top existence of the Spirit Beast clan. His peak state should not be inferior to these people. Otherwise, if even he could not match him, the Spirit Beast clan would have been wiped out by human forces long ago, and would not have survived until now. However, this damn thing was only a broken primordial spirit, so no matter how powerful it was in the past, it could only be considered half a primordial spirit now. In addition to these 2.5, among the people that Lin Yi knew, there was no one who could compete with these mysterious ascending stage masters. After all, any mysterious ascending stage master, even if placed in Middle Island, was already a top master, and not some common trash that could be seen everywhere. And now, on the high platform, there were no less than 7 profound ascending stage masters, and this was not the most exaggerated. What really made Lin Yi's eyelids twitch was the 3 people sitting in the middle. Their aura was far more majestic and profound than the group of mysterious ascending stage masters. In other words, these three people were transcendent existences above the profound ascension stage. As for what realm was above the profound ascension stage, Lin Yi had never even heard of it. Lin Yi was secretly shocked. It was no wonder that so many people yearned for the East Continent. They all wanted to be selected by this Golden Morning Star Cultivator Academy, as there was a super expert above the profound ascension stage overseeing it. This was simply a living signboard. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao looked at each other, and could not continue forward. They could only follow the rules of the crowd and sit down at the back of the crowd. Since they had nowhere else to go, they might as well join in the fun and listen to the discussions of the people around them. Dean Ling Yuanqing actually came in person this year? As expected. Just as Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao sat down, they heard a man wearing a yellow hat exclaim in the front row. That's impossible, right? No matter how important this enrollment is, as a dignified dean. It's impossible for him to come in person, right? Did you make a mistake? Someone next to him immediately questioned. Mistake? Do you think I'm blind? Do you think I'll talk nonsense about this kind of thing? There, look at the old man in the middle wearing a white school robe. His Dean Ling Yuanqing. The man in the yellow hat said with certainty. Lin Yi looked over without batting an eyelid. The old man that this man was pointing at was one of the three people that he was paying attention to, a transcendent existence that was above the profound ascension stage. His aura does seem like it, but he could also be a vice dean or something. I heard that the vice deans of the Yellow Morning Star Cultivator Academy are all monsters with incredible strength, not much weaker than the dean himself. The people next to him still did not completely believe him. What do you know? The one in the middle is Dean Ling Yuanqing, there's no doubt about that. As for the vice dean you mentioned, do you see the two sitting next to him? Those are the real vice deans. The man in the yellow hat said with a look of disdain. The two vice deans he was referring to were the two super experts above the profound ascension stage other than the old man in the middle. Lin Yi nodded inwardly. It seemed that the man in the yellow hat was right. Even if it was the legendary Yellow Morning Star Cultivator Academy in the East Continent, with such strength, if they could not even become vice deans, it would be too shocking. Good. You're very knowledgeable, all right? Speaking of which, Dean Ling Yuanqing and the two vice deans beside him are all very secretive. How do you know them so well? That's right, you've never been to the East Continent, how can you recognize these experts? That's right, if you're talking about the two vice deans, it's fine if you can recognize them. It's not strange for them to show up during the recruitment, but this Dean Ling Yuanqing you mentioned, he's never appeared before, right? Could it be that you've seen him before? The people beside him asked curiously. It was not their first time participating in the East Continent Academy's selection. They had heard of legendary figures like Dean Ling Yuanqing, but they had never seen him before. It was impossible for them to be as confident as the man in the yellow hat. You don't understand. Of course, I've never seen such an important figure before. But have you guys forgotten? I have a cousin who is an expert in the pugilistic world. I was fortunate enough to see the portraits of some mountain opening stage experts in the East Continent, and one of them was this Dean Ling Yuanqing. The man in the yellow hat boasted proudly to the crowd. Oh, you're talking about that distant cousin of yours who's known as the pugilistic world's inquisitor. No wonder, it's not surprising that he knows these important figures. When everyone heard this, they finally came to a realization. It seemed that this inquisitive cousin was also an extremely famous person. Now, you should believe me, right? But come to think of it, the Academy's selection is such a sensational event, there's no reason for my cousin to not come and join in the fun. Why don't I see him this time? The man in the yellow hat continued to be proud of himself while feeling a little puzzled. Summon the monthly votes for the mobile reading. Mobile readers can vote. If you enter the top 10, there will be a reward. Everyone, please support the merfolk. To be continued. Chapter 5993. As he spoke, Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang stared at Lin Yi maliciously, as if they wanted to skin him alive. Lin Yi glanced at the two. He was not interested in Long Kuiba, but he had to get rid of the other two before he left South Continent. Especially when he saw the latter, he could not help but be slightly startled. He was the target of his trip. Lin Yi had seen Wu Baoliang's portrait on the wanted order from the law enforcement hall. Although it was his first time seeing him in person, he could recognize him at a glance with his iconic triangular yin-yang eyes. Lin Yi had known for a long time that Wu Baoliang would also participate in the South Continent Escort Agency's event, and he had been paying attention. Unfortunately, from yesterday until now, he had seen Long Kuiba and Cheng Haonan, but he hadn't seen Wu Baoliang. Perhaps Wu Baoliang was regarded as their last trump card, so he stayed in the inn and did not come out at all. But now, he probably saw an opportunity, so he was pulled over at the last minute. This guy is finally willing to come out. Lin Yi sneered in his heart and secretly clenched his fists. After holding it in for so long, he could not help but have some killing intent, but in the end, he did not act rashly. Young hero Ling, you decide. Qi Mingyuan looked at Lin Yi. He did not know how Lin Yi did it. He was afraid that it would ruin the plan, so he did not dare to make a decision. Haha, since someone wants to give us points, of course the more the merrier. Lin Yi smiled faintly, not minding it. Such arrogance. Then I'll let you open your eyes and see. Who is giving who points? Long Kuiba waved his hand and said to Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang, you two, let's go in and see what this kid is up to. After saying that, Long Kuiba went straight to Area 30 with his men. There were not many people, only him, Cheng Haonan, and Wu Baoliang. Although they were not part of the robbers, they had caused such a big commotion just now. He had already heard everything that was going on inside. It was useless to bring too many people. Wu Baoliang alone was enough. The three of them walked into Area 30. At this moment, this small area that was surrounded by darkness was already a mess. The small cargo ship had been dismantled into pieces of broken wooden planks, floating on the surface of the sea. Even the surrounding reefs had been cut into pieces by Zhenqi. Moreover, the seawater was muddy. It was obvious that the bottom of the sea had been stepped on by someone, and the sand and mud underneath had all been turned over. Hee. What a thorough search. Long Kuiba sneered. If it was anyone else who saw this scene, they wouldn't be able to escape. His heart skipped a beat because if even this could not be found, it meant that it would be difficult to find. However, he was not worried at all. Counselor, it's up to you now. The reason why he called Wu Baoliang over at the last minute was because Cheng Haonan had said that this military advisor had an ultimate move. It was easy to use it to find things in this kind of competition. It's a piece of cake. Wu Baoliang's aura suddenly erupted. At first glance, it seemed that he was only at the great perfection of the Gold Core realm. However, immediately after that, the sky and earth within Area 30 suddenly spun. Everything in the area, including seawater, sand, and broken wood, flew into the air as if they had suddenly lost the shackles of gravity. The entire area then became a weightless world. Immediately after, Wu Baoliang slowly clenched his open palms. Everything in the air instantly went berserk and violently collided with each other. Originally, it was only fragmented, but after the collision, it became even more fragmented and even powder. The military advisor is indeed an expert. I've never seen or heard of such a marvelous technique before. Long Kuiba suddenly had an eye-opener. If they really fought, although his strength was not weak, it was limited to direct fighting and killing. He did not have such a powerful and magical technique like Wu Baoliang. It's just a piece of cake. This technique is called all things kill. Anything with a weaker quality will eventually be crushed into powder by something with a stronger quality. The treasure chest is made of special dark steel. If I'm not mistaken, its quality should be the toughest. So, after the all things kill is over, the treasure chest will be the last thing left. Wu Baoliang smiled mysteriously. In front of the military advisor's all things kill, including the array, everything will be destroyed. Any concealment method will be ineffective. As long as it is hidden here, it will definitely be revealed. Cheng Haonan added. With his relationship with Wu Baoliang, he was clear about these methods. Ha 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 ha, then I'll wait to celebrate for you. After this round of competition, My Dragon Boat Escort Agency will jump to second place in the scoreboard and surpass the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Long Kuiba laughed proudly. That's expected. It will happen soon. Wu Baoliang's triangular yin-yang eye revealed a hint of pride as he commented, however, this Ling Yi is quite skilled. He was able to hide the package so well that normal methods wouldn't be able to find it. No wonder Boundless Sea and the others suffered. Hehe, isn't this just a small trick in front of the military advisor? The Heavens Equal Escort Agency only knows how to play tricks. They will never be able to show their strength. This time, let them have a taste of kicking an iron plate. Cheng Haonan laughed coldly. While the three of them were chatting, the all things kill hanging in the air finally ended. Anything with a slightly weaker quality had already lost its shape. Even the reefs and rocks had been crushed into powder. The pure shall rise, the corrupted shall fall. Under Wu Baoliang's control, the all things kill hanging in the air slowly separated into two layers. Everything that was slightly lighter floated up, and everything that was slightly heavier sank down. During this separation process, anything that had a shape could be clearly seen. The treasure chest had to be among them. Long Kuiba, Cheng Haonan, and Wu Baoliang all stared at this scene with wide eyes, hoping to find the treasure chest that they had expected. However, even after the separation, there was nothing. This. Wu Baoliang was speechless for a long time. Long Kuiba and Cheng Haonan were dumbfounded at the same time. Just a moment ago, they had the demeanor of an expert, and they were so confident and calm. In the end, they still couldn't find the treasure chest. Wasn't this a joke? Military advisor, what should we do now? Long Kuiba was completely flustered. Because they didn't get a single point in the second round, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency only got a total of 160 points in the first 3 rounds. Even if they included this round, they would only get 50 points in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. That would only add up to 210 points. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. Chapter 5994. But good steel should be used on the blade's edge. Lin Yi didn't plan on using the fruit right now. After all, it was a treasure that was hard to find in this world, and he might not be able to find it again in this lifetime. He had to save it for the most crucial moment. At present, Lin Yi felt that it was not the most critical moment yet. He had a faint hunch that even if he did not use the myriad golden Dan fruit, he had a chance to break through to the late stage of gold core. Because every time he was tempered by the aftermath of the 5 elements' murderous aura, he could clearly feel the throbbing sign that he was about to break through. However, what made Lin Yi feel a little pity was that although the sign was very obvious and strong, he did not really break through after every time he endured the aftermath. It just remained at the level of the sign. It seemed that he could not break through successfully. Lin Yi knew that this state of eagerness to break through would not last long. If he could not successfully break through before it disappeared, he would have to wait for the next sign to appear. Then, he did not know when. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. There were many examples of people who could not break through when it was time to break through, and thus fell into a quagmire. Fortune comes from risk. It seems that you have to take a little risk. The ghost suggested. Understood. Lin Yi nodded. Although he had always been cautious, he would never refuse some necessary risks. Just like now, there were only 2 ways for him to take advantage of the situation to break through. The first was to take the golden Dan fruit. However, he did not plan to do so, so he could only use the second method, which was to use the ready-made 5 elements murderous aura to force out his greater potential. If it was someone else, they would definitely not dare to do this, but Lin Yi could. Since he could withstand the aftermath of the 5 elements murderous aura, he could naturally go further and try to get closer to the 5 elements murderous aura. Of course, the premise was that he had to master this degree, otherwise it would not be called stimulating his potential. It would be courting death. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi changed to a cylindrical platform next to him. When he stood on it, he could only reach the 5 poison swamp above his head, but now he directly entered the swamp. Sure enough, Lin Yi was immediately targeted by the 5 elements murderous aura. If the 5 poison swamp above him was a pond, and the 5 elements murderous aura were piranhas, then Lin Yi was a living bait. When he stood on the previous platform, Lin Yi, the bait, was still hanging above the water. That was why the piranhas weren't aroused. At most, they were splashed a little. But now, the bait was directly thrown into the pond, and the piranhas immediately revealed their ferocious nature. Perhaps it was because of Lin Yi's elemental attribute. To a certain extent, he had the same smell as the 5 elements, so the 5 elements didn't gather around him. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have died even if he had 10,000 lives. But even so, the 5 elements didn't gather around him. Just the 5 elements' murderous aura next to him was enough to kill him. Previously, when facing the aftermath of the 5 elements' murderous aura, Lin Yi was already suffering. Now, he was directly facing the 5 elements' murderous aura. His whole body could not stop trembling. This was a biological instinct when facing a fatal crisis. Even if Lin Yi wanted to control it, he could not, unless he was already a dead man. Be careful. Don't go overboard. At this time, even the ghostly thing was frightened. Although this was his suggestion, even he couldn't stay calm when it really came to this moment. After all, he was on Lin Yi's body. He could feel the horror of the 5 elements' murderous aura. This thing could really kill someone if he was not careful. If Lin Yi died, even he would be unlucky. I know. Lin Yi responded in a deep voice. At the same time, the 5 elements' murderous aura slammed into his body. Lin Yi suddenly clenched his teeth until they bled. All the muscles on his body trembled like a sieve. The quenching of the aftermath before was already like being cut by 1,000 knives, but the pain at this moment was more than 100 times. It's coming. Under the extreme pain, the genuine qi in Lin Yi's body suddenly moved wildly spontaneously. It spontaneously formed a resistance with the 5 elements' murderous aura outside, and it skyrocketed uncontrollably. The opportunity for a breakthrough had come. The thick barrier in front of the late stage of gold core suddenly loosened under the crazy impact of the genuine qi. The breakthrough was close at hand. Lin Yi did not dare to neglect. He quickly lowered his body and withdrew from the 5 poison swamp. Without saying a word, he jumped down from the high platform and sat cross-legged, concentrating on the breakthrough. First, he was directly facing the baptism of the 5 elements' murderous aura. The moment just now was the limit that he could endure. Second, the breakthrough process could not be disturbed at all. Otherwise, if it was light, he would be injured. If it was heavy, he would be possessed by the devil. There were many cases where he even died on the spot. The 5 elements' murderous aura could only be used to find the opportunity for a breakthrough. If he wanted to break through while enduring the baptism of the 5 elements' murderous aura, it was simply courting death. Even if he was courting death, he should not seek it in such a way. Everything was ready, and the east wind had arrived. Lin Yi's breakthrough could be said to be a matter of course. In just half an hour, he was reborn without any wind or danger, and his whole temperament was completely new. Although there seemed to be only a thin line between the peak of the middle stage of gold core and the late stage of gold core, the meaning of the two was completely different. Before, he was just a typical gold core expert, but now he had reached a level where he could look forward to a higher realm. After entering the late stage of gold core, most cultivators had already begun to prepare for the next breakthrough to the Yuanying stage. Chu Bubai was an example. Ordinary cultivators were still like this, but Lin Yi was the strongest gold core cultivator who had a perfect breakthrough. The process from the late stage of gold core to the great perfection of gold core was much faster than ordinary people. Stepping into the late stage of gold core meant that he was not far from the Yuanying stage. Carefully feeling it. With the new power in his body, Lin Yi took a deep breath. From the peak of the middle stage of gold core to the late stage of gold core, he could clearly feel that the improvement in strength was not just a little bit, it was simply a skyrocketing increase. Of course, Lin Yi did not show too much joy. It was Lin Yi's consistent style to be indifferent. What's more, after seeing the Shishan Old Master, the evil cultivator of the mountain opening stage, and the even more terrifying spirit beast guards of the spirit beast clan, this little improvement in strength was not worth mentioning for those high and mighty super existences. Naturally, Lin Yi would not be ecstatic for this little breakthrough. This trip to the South Continent opened Lin Yi's eyes. The level he saw was far higher than before. Advancing to the late stage of gold core was just a small step, and there was still a long way to go in the future. To be continued. Chapter 5995. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading please visit. Everyone could tell that Qiao Hongcai had broken at least 2 fingers, maybe even more. It's just a few of your fingers. This is just a small punishment for you. Who told you to be so arrogant and disrespectful to me, the Rookie King? Ha 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 ha. Ma Dang laughed unscrupulously as he continued to use his feet to crush Qiao Hongcai's fingers. He did not use any true qi. He wanted to use this kind of ordinary method to torture Qiao Hongcai bit by bit until she collapsed. Vertex novel, however, Qiao Hongcai's performance greatly disappointed him. No matter how unbearable the pain from his finger was, this guy did not even make a sound. He just stared coldly at Ma Dun. Lu Bianren and the rest immediately spread out and surrounded the horse like a spear. If it wasn't for the fact that Qiao Hongcai was being stepped on by him, they would definitely have made their move. As members of Lin Yi's faction, it could be said that they were bound together for good or bad. They would definitely not stand by and watch as Qiao Hongcai was killed. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a tough guy. Interesting. Ignoring Lu Bianren and the others who were glaring at him like tigers watching their prey, Ma Dafeng put on an expression of a cat toying with a mouse as he looked down at Qiao Hongcai with great interest and said, "Actually, I'm not a murderous person. If you know what's good for you, lower your head and admit your mistake, and sincerely call me grandfather a few times. Maybe I'll be happy and spare your little life, lest others say that I'm cruel and merciless to my fellow disciples. How about it? I'll count to 3. Don't blame me if you miss this opportunity. Call you Grandpa? So, you're saying that you're ready to join our Qiao family? Ha 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 ha. Unfortunately, our Qiao family's threshold is too high. We only accept people and not dogs. I'm afraid you won't have this chance." Qiao Hongcai couldn't stop laughing. He didn't take his opponent's threat to heart at all. It would be a miracle if he was afraid of the threat of using a horse as a spear. 1. Ma Daoqiang's expression turned cold, and he used even more strength to stomp on the ground. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Qiao Hongcai, and immediately started counting. Lu Bianren and the rest felt their hearts clench. Killing intent erupted from their bodies. If they were to allow Qiao Hongcai to die in the hands of the other party right under their noses, how would they be able to face Lin Yi in the future? At this moment, everyone only had the same thought in their minds. What bullsh** T Rookie King? As long as he dared to kill Qiao Hongcai. Even if he had to risk being severely punished by Blue Cloud Pavilion, he had to kill this bastard on the spot. 2. Ma Daoqiang continued counting. At the same time, he shot a disdainful glance at the murderous crowd. The trace of mockery in his eyes was obvious. Strictly speaking, the strength of the few present was not weak among the disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion. However, if they wanted to go against Ma Daoqiang with this little bit of strength, they were simply daydreaming. If these people dared to attack him, he wouldn't mind killing a few more people today. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. He might as well wipe out everyone in Lin Yi's faction. Let's see who still dares to say that he was inferior to Lin Yi. 3. I've already counted for you. If you want to kill me, hurry up and do it. Don't dawdle here. You're annoying me. Qiao Hongcai curled his lips in disdain. Right now, he was being stepped on by the other party. He didn't have the ability to resist. If it was someone else, they might really be frightened by Ma Daoqiang. Unfortunately, he, Qiao Hongcai, had never known how the word death was written. What was there to be afraid of? Mph, you're really not afraid of death? Then I'll fulfill your wish. The killing intent in Ma Daoqiang's eyes intensified. At this moment, Qiao Hongcai's life was in his hands. Qiao Hongcai's life or death was completely in his hands. He didn't even need to move his finger. He could just send a wisp of true qi to ensure that Qiao Hongcai would die. Don't you dare. The one who spoke was not Qiao Hongcai. It was Lu Bianren, senior brother Ku Bai, Xiao Ran, and Li Zhengming. No matter how cautious they were, since things had come to this, they had no choice but to make a move. They couldn't just watch as Qiao Hongcai was killed by Ma Daoqiang. If they couldn't stop him, They could only choose to bury Ma Daoqiang with him and avenge Qiao Hongcai. Otherwise, how would they have the face to face Lin Yi? The killing intent on the four of them soared, and they launched a surprise attack from 4 different directions. "H, you're just a chicken and a stray dog. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me?" Ma Daoqiang didn't even look at the 4 of them. He looked at Qiao Hongcai beneath his feet, and his gaze grew even more ferocious. It was as if Lu Bianren and the other 3 were completely beneath his notice. They weren't even worth a second glance. Seeing Ma Daoqiang's fearless attitude, Lu Bianren and the other 3 were not happy. Instead, they were worried. Without hesitation, they used their strongest killing moves. Although it was a good thing for the 4 of them to underestimate their enemy, was it really so? What happened next explained why Ma Daoqiang was so dismissive towards them. There was no other reason. The difference in their strength was too great. They weren't even on the same level. Ma Daoqiang used the same method he used against Qiao Hongcai. 4 cracks suddenly appeared beneath Ma Daoqiang's feet, and he appeared beneath Lu Bianren and the other 3 at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. However, this time, he didn't try to trap the 4 of them. Instead, a sharp spike shot out from the crack. The 4 of them didn't even have the chance to react. Speed was the only thing that couldn't be broken. However, the 4 sharp spikes that were used against Lu Bianren and the other 3 were formed from extremely concentrated vital energy. At the same time, they were terrifyingly hard and frighteningly fast. This was a method that was made purely for killing people. Not only was it extremely hidden and sudden, it was also extremely effective. Without exception, Lu Bianren and the other 3 were hit by the sharp spikes at the same time. Although they didn't manage to dodge in time, Lu Bianren, Xiao Ran, and Li Zhengming were not ordinary people. Although their strength was far inferior to their opponents, their reactions were fast enough. When they were hit by the spikes, they barely managed to avoid being hit in the vitals. However, a large piece of flesh was scraped off their bodies at the same time. Blood was dripping, and it was a ghastly sight. In contrast, senior brother Ku, who was much less talented, was not so lucky. Accompanied by a hoarse scream, the sharp spike pierced through his right thigh without any resistance. His whole body was brought up, and blood splattered everywhere as he hung upside down in the air. Because of the intense pain, he struggled. Because of the struggle, the spike sank deeper and deeper, and the pain became more and more intense. Everyone was so shocked by the scene that they couldn't move. They even forgot about their own injuries. The spike was sharp at the top and wide at the bottom. If senior brother Ku continued to struggle like this, the wound that pierced through his thigh would only get bigger and bigger. In the end, his entire right leg would be broken. Senior brother Ku. Qiao Hongcai, who was being stepped on by Ma Daoqiang, was so angry that her eyes almost popped out of their socket. To be continued, R527. Chapter 5996. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading please visit. This was indeed a feast at the bottom of the sea, but the host of the feast was not the hundreds of ferocious sea beasts that had gathered here. They were just food on the table, nothing more. Lin Yi looked at this shocking scene in his mind and suddenly became speechless. He watched as the super sea beast that looked like a giant electric eel surged out and devoured all the sea beasts that it had electrocuted. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but have an impulse to kneel and surrender to it. After finishing its meal, the giant electric eel was left with only the tempting and bloody carcass of the sea beast. It then turned around and lurked back into the deep sand, waiting for another prey to take the bait. Lin Yi fell into deep thought as he watched this scene. The ghostly thing once said that although the sea beasts and the spirit beasts were both beasts, they were completely different systems. To a certain extent, the spirit beasts were not much different from human cultivators as they prioritized cultivation throughout their long lives. However, the sea beasts were different. No matter how powerful the sea beasts were, they still maintained an extremely high bestial nature. Therefore, they rarely took the initiative to cultivate. For them, eating blood was the best way to cultivate. The higher the level of existence they ate, the faster their strength would increase. This was a pure law of nature. The law of the jungle was vividly reflected in them. However, compared to the way the sea beasts lived, Lin Yi was more interested in something else, that flash of deep purple lightning. Lin Yi had been observing carefully since the beginning. Hundreds of sea beasts were attracted by the smell of blood. Any one of them was at least at the mysterious ascending stage. There were many sea beasts at the mountain opening stage, and there were even more than one at the sea splitting stage. However, with just a flash of lightning, all the sea beasts were electrocuted without any suspense. What a terrifying strength! At that moment, Lin Yi once again experienced what it meant to be creepy. However, in addition to the fear in his heart, he did not know why he had a strange impulse. His mind kept recalling the scene of the deep purple lightning, and the feeling became more and more intense. Out of the instinct to constantly become stronger, Lin Yi subconsciously wanted to imitate it. It was a pity that the scene was too fast and too short. Even if it was constantly replayed in his mind, he could not see it clearly. Lin Yi had the instinct to imitate it, but he could not grasp the essence. The memory fragments that were reflected in his mind continued. The giant electric eel was still lurking in the deep sand. But this time, it did not attract those bloodthirsty sea beasts. In fact, the eel had already eaten all the powerful sea beasts within 100 miles. In order to catch the next wave of sea beasts, it had to wait a few months. However, this time, it only took a few hours before it attracted an uninvited guest. The 5-poison dragon. Looking at the existence in the memory fragments from afar, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed. This time, it was a dragon that shone with 5 different colors. Its appearance was exactly the same as the most powerful 5 elements murderous chi that he had seen before, but it felt more real. Its body was larger, and its aura was more threatening. He'd never seen a 5-poison Jiao dragon before, but Lin Yi was certain that this was a 5-poison Jiao dragon. He slowly swam to the side of the sea beast's corpse. After the 5-poison dragon circled around it, it did not eagerly open its mouth to devour like the other sea beasts. After all, it was a true super spiritual beast. Although eating flesh and blood was effective for it, it was not as attractive. However, it was not as attractive as it was for the sea beasts. Moreover, a few hours ago, over 100 powerful sea beasts had died here. The surrounding seawater was still lingering with a thick murderous aura that could not be dispersed. Even Lin Yi could easily sense that something was wrong, let alone the 5-poison dragon. The giant electric eel seemed to be very patient. No matter how the 5-poison dragon swam back and forth, it just hid in the deep sand and did not move. Although its body was huge, it perfectly blended in with its surroundings. Even the aura of its body was no different from that of its surroundings. Even though Lin Yi knew that it was hiding here, he could not find it after a moment of distraction. He could not see any flaws at all. Only the unique perspective in the memory fragments told Lin Yi that this super spiritual beast that looked like a giant electric eel had not truly quietened down. It had been closely watching the 5-poison dragon's every move from beginning to end. It seemed to be ready to make a move at any time to electrocute the 5-poison dragon and then eat it to its heart's content. An almost undetectable electric current spread throughout the surrounding sea, covering a range of thousands of miles. However, because it was too weak, no creature in the sea could sense anything strange. This was a unique sensing method that belonged to the giant electric eel. It did not have eyes, nor did it use divine sense. However, these tiny electric currents were far more effective than divine sense. They were clearer and left no traces. The 5-poison dragon was the same as the other creatures in the sea. It did not seem to sense the existence of the giant electric eel at all. After circling around the sea beast's corpse twice, it finally prepared to eat it. However, at this moment, the deep purple electric arc that had appeared before descended once again. Lin Yi's heart immediately tightened. Seeing that the 5-poison dragon was about to follow in the footsteps of the hundreds of powerful sea beasts, he did not expect that the 5-poison dragon, which had been struck by the deep purple electric arc, would suddenly turn into a phantom formed from vital energy and then quickly dissipate. The true body of the 5-poison dragon had unknowingly appeared on top of the giant electric eel's head. Accompanied by an earth-shaking dragon roar, it waved its front claws, and a stream of 5-colored vital energy instantly pierced through the giant electric eel's body. Seeing this, Lin Yi's eyelids suddenly trembled. After cultivating in the underground space for so long, his familiarity with the 5 elements killing aura could be said to be unparalleled. The stream of 5-colored vital energy that the 5-poison dragon had released at this moment was clearly an enhanced version of the 5 elements killing aura. If there was any difference between the two, it would be that it did not have the kind of natural intelligence that was born on its own. Instead, it was easier to control it with ease. When Lin Yi first saw the 5 elements killing aura, the ghost had said that as long as his strength was strong enough, he would be able to release a stream of 5 elements killing aura with a wave of his hand. At that time, Lin Yi had yearned to be able to do it himself. However, he did not have the extravagant hope of reaching this step in his subsequent cultivation. This was because with his current strength, it was impossible for him to activate the 5 elements killing aura. Lin Yi had never expected that after leaving the underground space, the scene that he had thought would only exist in his dream would actually become a reality. However, it did not happen to him, but to the 5-poison dragon. To be continued.